Welcome to the February 20th meeting of Raleigh County Commissioners. Please stand and join the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Any public comment?
Good morning, Commissioner. Anna Rosen of the Appraiser's Office. I just want to inform the public of a recent change regarding parcel search and access to property photos. For over a decade, photos of not only the front of properties, but also the back and other improvements have been publicly accessible. Given the evolving concerns around privacy and security, this raised a significant concern. After reviewing practices in other jurisdictions across the state, it was confirmed that we were the only county I could find making this level of property imagery publicly available. While appraisers have statutory authority to access properties when owners are not present, photos beyond the primary front view should not be publicly accessible. Out of respect for property owners' privacy and the interest of public safety, we consulted with Bryant and other jurisdictions and made the decision to disable the function immediately. Moving forward, only the primary site photos will be available to the public through our parcel search process. And I just wanted to make myself available for any concerns or questions. Bryant said if he wanted more details, I could base his administrative section. I just didn't want you surprised if you got.
Oh, makes sense.
Yeah, what about, I know that I had a concern, I had it. And apparently how they searched if they could find my name on my property. And they just Googled me and they got all my property information. So it's like, I don't know if that's something or is that something
That's available across the state.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go to any parcel search and you can search by name, or you can restrict it to only be able to search by address or parcel ID. I know some jurisdictions don't allow for searching by name. Most allow for searching by name, but that's something as we explore our vendor options in the future, which we are currently doing. We could have that conversation to see if we want to limit it to just address. Or parcel ID or quick rest, so people can't just search by someone's name.
that might, I mean, I think, yeah.
But certainly something we can consider as we're reviewing our vendor options. Other questions? Thank you.
Never want money. Any other public comment? No, but Richmond. Well, it's been a week. A week, up and down week. Sick and healthy week. Blah, blah, blah. Thursday afternoon, I was part of a transportation roundtable communication strategy discussion and update up on Fort Riley. With area officials, business leaders, staffers from the United States Senator Roger Marshall's office and command leadership at Fort Riley. The major points of this overview were to discuss how to improve the quality of life for single soldiers, support DUI prevention, decrease transportation costs for soldiers and their spouses, better connect them to local communities and activities and events that are going on. We also, during that time, we broke off into two discussion groups, one on transportation and one on communication, part of the latter, to better understand these challenges and brainstorm and find ideas to solve them. So this is a continued dialogue. Went really well. Continues to go really well. Part of Commanding General Rome kind of overview of what's happening at Fort Riley. So we're working on it diligently, and I think we'll have some ideas for over this term. Friday morning, I met with the new Health Department Director, Diane Creek, at the Health Department Administrative Room. The first time I had a chance to meet and chat since she took over the position in early December. Had a good dialogue that centered around current programming, rural and community outreach, child care licensure, and I work in other counties and the state, federal funding concerns, and department space needs. looks like the things are moving forward pretty well at this point in time, and we'll continue with the dialogue moving forward. Friday afternoon, I met with Pastor Landon Dillon of the Pentecostals in Manhattan at Flight Crib. Discussed a handful of topics, including the structure of Kansas County government, budgeting, the election process, collaboration with other agencies, K-State, Fort Riley, RCTV, just to name a few. Had a really good dialogue. He's also invited me to speak at their July Day of Appreciation event. They had one last year. Going to be for health workers first. No, not first responders, health workers, everybody that kind of fits into that kind of category. So should be good once we get the license, like a long ways away when it's negative 14 degrees outside. Over the weekend, I basically spent the time homesick, some kind of stomach ailment. I don't know. Kept me from a couple of events which I had planned, including the Muncie County GOP coffee and the RCPD employee appreciation reception. So I hope those went well. I did watch plenty of basketball. I don't know what it is about the state of Utah and Kansas State athletics. Just in general, I know BYU put the hurt on KU the other night. Woo. K-State women's split, blew out UCF, looked really good, and then didn't look so good against West Virginia. The West Virginia is pretty good, so not a bad loss by any means. So hopefully good wins will start moving forward as we get into March. Also worth noting, K-State baseball dropped to its usual bad start at 1-4. Start off the 2025 campaign. They probably have one, if not the toughest non-conference game schedule. Just getting started on that. So that should be good to go once conference season gets doing well. Obviously, winter isn't done with us just yet. Around the snow and bitterly cold temperature. Hopefully everybody's working through it safely. I just wanted to take this moment to say thanks to all the public work crews, the first responders, and everybody who helped work keep everybody safe and warm and moving around if they had to, although most everybody didn't. So it's probably pretty Florence even shut down on Wednesday, and that's only the second time I can remember that happening. So, and I think that was probably both the cold and the snow. If it had been just one or the other, I probably would have been the case. I'm kind of surprised by that. Happy, actually. It's kind of nice just to have an extra day off in the middle of the week. About that. Monday afternoon, I met with my normal doctor for the first time in 2025. We did both a barometric analysis and a bariatric screening for the first time since December of 23. Good news, everything is stable and consistent when you're comparing. Bad news is those numbers are supposed to be dropping. So glass half empty, glass half full. I don't know. Spring's coming, so maybe it's time to refocus on some things here. Just have to see how that goes. Tuesday afternoon, we had the monthly. We did not. Oh, I did mention that. Okay, I thought I did. We were supposed to have the monthly board meeting of the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce, but it canceled due to weather. This month won't be rescheduled, but there will be a short update on some local federal funding and federal job concerns. And there's going to be some kind of a summary on the RHID as well. So I get that and run that by and make sure everybody has copies of that. Wednesday afternoon, I attended the February meeting of the Metropolitan Planning Organization via Zoom. After some welcomes to start, we got a financial and staff update from the organization, including the TDM and the Connect 25 model. We had those community meetings here in January, early February. Talked about the EVRP progress and a KDOT letter of support for DSIP from the organization. KDOT gave its usual updates on projects and items they are working on in the area. Just to give everybody an update, the K18 I-70 project is on hold due to some federal obligations at the moment. So just keep that in mind in case somebody asks. Let's see, some action items included approval of the January minutes, approval of the TIP amendment number 6, election of a new chair, which is going to be me, and then vice chair, which is the KDOT representative. Discussed support of letter to KDOT for I-70 and Taylor Road, kind of the western edge of Gary County and Junction City over there. Right now it's a very dilapidated bridge. So there was both the people for and some people against that project at this point in time, and that's been a discussion with that. Other discussion items included the MSA expansion that was discussed at the Regional Growth Summit. And the EO of Leashing American Energy, and then Kansas House Bill 2008 wrapped up. And of course, policy breakfast was canceled this morning. I think you were supposed to speak with that. I guess it wasn't the cold weather. Gotcha.
No.
I actually did not. I did, and for the record, I did get the email. I didn't see it, so that's totally on me. I did drive over there. I was like, where is everybody? I wanted breakfast. I wanted something warm this morning, so I was. Yeah, I was really disappointed. So anyway, I guess we'll just have to wait for next month. That's all good. So, that's it for me.
Okay, well, I don't know, it's part of one. It's something, last Thursday, I had an injection in my back, and that's so very, I took it easy and recommended. The fire of the Thursday.
That's it.
Saturday, I came down to the office, printed out some paperwork, and I thought the rest of it was in the printer this morning.
Yeah, that was you. It jammed. You had two.
Oh, I couldn't,
Oh.
lifted everything.
There's a tray in the back, so I was able to pull out the other one, and then I didn't find the other one, so I had to call IT, and IT came down.
Oh.
Give a chance to say thank, and I figured out how to use the phone, so there was two different pieces of technology that I figured out this morning, so. Glad I was here early. Yeah. I just started trying stuff, and I was like, oh, this is how it works. Then it gave me all the list of people that have actually tried to call me on that phone too, which is interesting.
Well, anyway.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pick up your time.
I didn't get all the printout, but they had it. So I sat here and waited.
I left it on top of the printer over there, but you may have to print of that first 2 pages because we had to rip them apart.
Well, it
So
was a huge packet. I thought, well, I guess it didn't want to.
usually Nicole will supply you with one, so you don't have to print.
Well,
it
she
in the
did,
future.
but
Okay,
I wanted to go.
gotcha.
That's the thing. But, anyway. Let's see. Sunday went to church, when we friends. Really get the full brother today. It didn't work, so anyway. Then Monday I did a lot of to do a lot of reading for the law board meeting. Please say. Later that we got prepared for another snowstorm and trying to plans to go to working out making education. And hopefully it'll be ready to one of those. Lot of snow on the ground and able to make it up to the meeting around there at the bar. Pretty nice stuff. Another way to use have started in discussion to help another way of presentation time architects. Yeah, you can't read the plans. Let's see, Wednesday, discuss the time, and go over today's agenda document. Have no practice last minute. And then I'm going to send it to the time we need the document. That's it.
Thanks for looking. But that, and last, I think it was Friday, I had a phone call from Tom Phillips about evaluation and fast and lengthy discussion. Team so reading the planners, we each had our things that happened for us there. And then later that day, I also had a call with Brian about RHID. That's on the weekend, got ready for logwood, Tuesday with the logwoods, discussed animal control being transferred to our PDD and how it's going to be set up. And then also it's had a presentation of the future building.
Yeah.
Dream.
Then had one meeting Tuesday and 2 Wednesday that was canceled because of weather. And yesterday I did attend the Loudoun County Rural Economic Development Advisory Board. They had asked us to come
I can just see what they're expecting, what we're expecting from them. We have these discussions. You know, a little bit of everything that was going on in the family stuff and as far as that needs to be up there too. So
When is that not having that be?
Literally in the four-letter word.
yeah, that's
Got another four-letter word.
Yes.
Insert.
it's one of a few.
Amazingly, it's an acronym too.
They're really tired of it.
Let's go on to something else.
Yeah, that's good business.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Oh, offense to you, great.
It's the finalization.
Oh, okay, okay.
Ask you to just speak normal for a moment, I heard, can you tell me, speak to you? Okay, that's. I need to hear, but it's that other microphone on the back. It's pointed towards you. I think that's the best we've got for now.
Steve Graham to the County Mental Health Services Advisory Board and include resolution 022025. All in favor?
All three sign, please.
Pardon, just gonna like testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, but that time figured out on mine.
Yeah.
I don't think you can, okay, well, think about it.
The networking breakfast, it's kind of hard to network if you're not around people.
No, we've been having this cold week allowing everyone to wear warm weather clothes and more casual attire. And so Monday, we're gonna have a short stay, 62.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how many people show up and show.
My gosh, I was.
That was gonna feel like it's an 80-degree swing.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy was shoveling snow the other day in shorts. I'm going, kind of.
Well, I'll be honest with you, when I went out Wednesday to knock all the snow off and kind of thaw out my truck, I was dressed pretty warm and I was sweating. Wasn't quite as cold as it is this morning, but gee,
Go to the K-State basketball game, the students all come in there in shorts.
yeah.
Not all of them, but there's quite a number of them.
To be
Went to Walmart, seen a couple people walk in shorts or young ladies, it's just a short sleeve shirt and pants on walking in. Yeah. Too cold. Next, Commissioner, need a motion to approve payroll and accounts payable.
Make a motion to approve payroll and accounts payable.
One second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve payroll and accounts payable. All in favor?
Aye.
All three, please sign.
Be the only one in the county that has been sweating in their office, right? Because we had the valve, I just found out, I was trying to adjust the valve for the boiler. It's stuck all the way open.
Oh, is that what? Oh, yeah,
Thanks.
that was one.
Oh, yeah, it was like 85 in there.
That cracks up when you turn.
Uh-huh. And I'm like, I'm having to run a fan and it all, but the nice part is that everybody else is warm and toasty, but I'm certainly not complaining about it because I'd rather be hot than
Freezing.
freezing.
Yeah, does yours have a little red thing on it? What is that? Where you turn it?
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah,
Right.
that's, if you keep it right there, it's about medium.
Yeah. And so we did that and I was like, because it was working up until just like a couple days ago.
Yeah,
And the thing still turns, or it used to, but it wasn't operating the valve, right? I think it's a simple fix, but it's beyond my ability to figure it out.
Steam heat's the next best thing, second to only wood fire. But steam heat's the next warmest heat. It's nice and warm. Commissioner, any changes to the minutes?
Nothing.
I don't even remember last Thursday. This point. So
Yeah, all right, HID discussion. Maybe you can remember that.
I don't want to remember that one.
well, I would make a motion to approve the February 13th meeting of the Board of Raleigh County Commissioners.
I'll second.
And moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the February 13th meeting. All in favor? Aye.
Tentative agenda look okay, commissioners?
Yeah.
Any items from next week's press conference? Not, it is about time for Mr. Park. You might regret it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Hey Shannon, how are you?
I
Good.
couldn't be, they're ordering parts. First of all, I wanted to like put in the service request, I'm like, this has got to be the lowest priority item. You have so many other things, but I guess next week it'll be hot. But- Commissioners,
Yes.
are you ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. Brian Parker, County Councilor. My work session will be short, this week or this meeting. The primary item that I'd like to share is that yesterday via Zoom, I argued the First Christian Church appeal before the Kansas Court of Appeals. I thought it went well. The judges seemed to be very well aware of the record, and they asked insightful questions, and hopefully I gave them some answers that at least illustrated our points, right? I thought the attorney for the state did an awfully good job arguing as well. It's interesting when you're a government attorney, right? We care most about the judge finding, going through the case and making well-reasoned decisions, right? And so I think both sides felt that their duty was to educate and explain the legal positioning and the legal logic so that we make good law. And I think that that video, they did a video recording of it. Anybody's welcome to go and watch it. But hopefully it won't take too long for the courts to rule, although I can tell you that on government matters that they don't see every day, they already had to have a research attorney prepare a memo, right? Which means they're going to have another thing because we brought up all kinds of stuff, both sides did, during the hearing. And so I'm not holding my breath anytime soon. And as the governing body is likely aware, regardless of how they rule, there'll be another appeal. It just will drag on. So that's how litigation works. And we're going through the process. Any questions about that? Okay. The other thing that our office is working on, well, we're working on quite a few things. But the other thing that I should bring up, and there's already been a press release talking about nuisance enforcement, right? We have our handful of properties that, and we're not identifying them, making a huge deal about it publicly, not because we're not happy to share. It's out of respect for our property owners, right? We don't want to publicly shame anyone, right? That being said, right? One of the properties we had just yesterday, it's one of the 5 or 6 that we're pursuing. We had information about this property having nuisance on it 20 years ago that was dropped off. It's gotten worse since then, but it was pretty bad 20 years ago, right? Most of our cases have been going on for decades. And now that we have an enforcement mechanism and that we've finalized all of it with the courts, that I have the ability to go and prosecute these violations, that will be moving forward swiftly. And there's been a ton of engagement with the property owners over the years. And I could not imagine any other thing that we could have done to try to persuade them to avoid going down this route. So, and then they will have another opportunity once they receive their charges, right? They'll have another opportunity as we lead up to trial to, make things right. And then after that, if it's still going on, then it will come before you if there's a finding of guilt, for you to make a decision whether to order the property to be cleaned up. That's how the statute works. The only other thing I would share is we're proceeding along steadily with the preparations for the tax foreclosure sale, and that all goes right pursuant to state statute in a process that my office, I would say that Jana is the most knowledgeable about everything because she's been doing it year after year after year. That is a well-oiled machine, and we inherited that from the hard work that Jana and Craig Cox did. And we're just trying to keep that tradition up and running. And with that, I don't think I had anything else specific to report on to the commission, but if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Make sure you have a bit of me tonight. Behind there.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
24, probably more than that now, with inflation, but.
Was that the booklet we got before? It was.
Well,
it
when
had-
Captain Hayek came in and gave presentation here. I don't remember getting that hard copy.
It's even had a schedule saying, oh, we'll start in April.
With what?
And that's what, when, and Gary was the one who gave the presentation, and then got done, he said, well. I said, I know St. Patrick's Day is coming up, or you expect to find a pot of gold somewhere in there?
Yeah.
And he said, I shoot a plant, I don't do funding.
Yeah,
Well, and, you know, I should have brought it up, I couldn't even. You couldn't see on the plans what they,
Yeah, they had,
it was like this big.
they had them shrunk down to just,
Just a
oh, and this piece here.
And then the little needle here, so I mean, I had no idea what they were talking about, but I thought they were going to present on something like your chamber. That's what.
well,
But it was, I guess it was the whole thing, but.
That's 10 million for jail expansion, 10 million a year. Or remodeling and expanding the rest of the building.
so they took 4 million and changed it all.
Well, maybe they are, but I couldn't tell if they were trying to reduce the. Yeah, because that's probably, because that was like.
They're gonna have to be a little realistic. Yeah.
More notes in the bills.
Come on, Bruce.
Yeah.
That's what I thought about that yesterday.
That's what I read, yeah, it said, you're more than doubling.
Yeah.
That's why I said, it's the dreams.
Makes you feel alive, Bruce, makes you feel alive.
You say, well, crime's going down, and it is,
Yeah,
then you say, okay, we need to double the size of our jail.
yeah, that
Doesn't, that doesn't make,
Is the question, right, how many devils use?
well, and where is it moving to? Does it, yeah,
How much is it gained the last 20?
Yeah.
yeah, it's not increasing.
I hate to say it, but it's the same thing for housing too. I mean, they're supposedly needing to build 3,000 houses in over a decade for a population that grows 1.5%. I don't understand that.
Well, and they.
Thanks, sir.
And the other day, they end back and have so many people, well, they just fired a bunch of people, plus they, when we.
Well, actually, they weren't supposed to.
They're trying to hire.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they don't have an employee list to contact them.
I know, that's all over the country.
Yeah, I know.
But, you know, when we were going on tour, they said they had.
Morning, how are you?
Good.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
It's definitely interesting.
Yeah. Been a doozy of a start to this year, that's for sure. Oh, yeah.
Remember the day that started it?
I do. And ended.
Yeah.
They want to do all this spending, and give them that, that's not libertarian. What is?
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. It's like, that's what it
We had a discussion about that earlier.
So we build and give away.
That's the thing.
And some of those precincts themselves, if they want to pay for it, then just add it, maybe. Yeah. Have to keep, because
Yeah.
That's why.
It's just, it is interesting. It's just some.
I just want to let you that, and now that I'm in control on that, I clarify it'll be 26, trying to get it resolved this year. She has. Because you can't.
Oh,
do
yeah,
this.
sounds like it's like my boss.
Try to do it in the middle of the year.
But when I watched the video and it's.
Yeah, that's what they're looking to do today with exactly.
Yeah.
Right, I'm sure there will be other people that come in on, right, but well,
Yeah.
it should, babysit our oldest grandchild last night. Stayed the night with us. She's 15 months in it.
Oh, really?
Oh,
That was fun.
So she is
That's
not.
a crazy
Yeah,
age.
the son and her mom leaves and she didn't even say a peep. She just loves seeing grandma and grandpa and she sleeps all night, you know, so it's easy.
No diaper.
Yeah, she has
Oh,
diapers.
so-
Yep, she has diapers. That's a grandma job.
Okay.
I actually changed her once when she was young. I still remember, I've changed many diapers in my day with 4 kids. Especially with having twins, you know, she's got a break, so. Twins, that's their kids, you know, now that our kids have had one, they said. And you guys did it, cause Blake was only 20 months older than the twin, no, we had 3 under 2. But thank goodness Blake, you know, as opposed to what they say boys usually.
I bet you really
Slower than girls. He was fast, he was in his toddler bed at 18 months, he was potty trained, well before that.
I wore it in, my hands are cold and just from the short walk.
Morning, John.
I thought it was a prank.
Yeah, you know, kind of small connection. You know, some say a large connection.
Oh, I'm here, where do you get it? You get it online?
Well.
Oh.
I was. I was in. Scouts they.
Thank you, Henry. And be so Jack. Somebody, okay,
Yeah,
that's, yes.
I keep struggling to remember his name.
And I was trying to last name.
He did get building, that was just, and was it beach point hospitals?
Yeah.
And he's asking,
Which is state five.
what's my distance, which is,
You just got served a long time. I don't know if it's still.
yes, plus the.
But the original owner.
What about those? And
They were.
John jokes, we got a map, I'll show you. You can't just,
And like.
it isn't straight lines somewhere.
No, I loved it when,
Coming to town.
because when I first started, they were all contiguous and that's what I preferred. You know, all the commission districts, they were all connected and contiguous and
Right, and really.
state wants them as equal as possible in population. They've been more sticklers on that since that time.
How you had a bishop. And I'm like, that's very small, right? You know, I mean, not only did he design the furniture, but it was like, this is how it needs to be.
I heard that about it.
Sure, that's exactly the case.
I'm not so sure, I heard some women.
Great.
That, yeah. How are you doing? Good, how you doing? Fixed the furniture to more so it could see.
That's wild. That's wild. Now that would be my dream.
Greg, who's he with?
If I could live anywhere, it would be in Franklin White House. Like, if there was one in Riley County, like, I would do whatever I possibly could to live there. Like,
I've never been, my wife went on, like, we were in
So.
Buffalo for an ace, or eight, no, an ace.
Yeah.
The spouse tour went on a tour over there, this house over there.
wow.
They said something I was. Never been able to get, you know.
I don't think I've never been in one of his houses, the education building in Wichita State. It's cool. Right, it's really cool.
Yeah, lots of small spaces.
A lot of small spaces. What they never built was he had designed an elementary school to be built, now it's ball fields, but he had designed an elementary school. Like, so that they could implement and teacher training next to it.
Yeah.
And it was in the shape of an ice cream. So kids would be going to elementary school in ice cream. Right? I'm like,
Wouldn't it be cool if they actually built that someday? Like, I would love to help raise funds for that. I don't know who would build it, but that'd be cool.
I'm good, sorry. I'm warm with that turtleneck on.
I'm trying. I'm putting on any animal product that I love. Just stay warm, and it's just, you know.
Okay, Arctic blast.
Yeah.
Right. You're talking about all judicial. See, there's no.
Oh, yeah.
Locke County. Double murder.
Yeah, they look like they.
The double murder in 2002. And this is the third, like they took the fourth trial.
Sometimes it makes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, last time they made.
You know.
First move again was the fire attorney again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how many attorneys she's fired and represents herself.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. That was her first move again, and this started up again.
Awesome.
Just walking by, I've never been inside.
It's bizarre.
You're right.
So happy.
Sitcom series.
I was kind of curious.
Wow.
It's been bizarre. It's been bizarre.
It's been going
Yeah,
on.
I did too.
2002.
2004
Yeah, I didn't
was the
realize
original
they were
trial.
Go back in just for the story.
Yeah, I think they have. Yeah,
And
Oh.
kind of curious what they did to the original part.
Well, everybody needs a hobby, right? I guess if you're incarcerated, you don't really have much else to do.
A lot of times study up.
That's right.
No, it's true. It's true.
It's like in jail.
Kind of the last, tomorrow would be the Saturday, and Sunday would be the last.
Oh,
Free.
thought maybe we had that email.
No, I haven't. looked
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah. Yeah. When you think about that.
No, we ought to do that stuff.
How's the grind?
No, it's the same.
This is like between now and the end of summer. This is the grind of the year, in my opinion.
Bid opening, Bruce, if you want
yeah,
to up there and say something.
I hear you. Please.
You have to get up to the microphone, so everybody can hear.
Sometimes the microphone.
Sometimes,
Sometimes.
We
okay.
were having problems with it earlier.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for letting us bring this bid opening to you this morning. When you open the architect's estimate, there will be just one figure for a base bid. We do not typically bid alternates or unit prices. We'll check for the bid bond. There'll be a base bid and one alternate. And then you'll have 3 unit prices. Those are not added into the base bid only after a contractor is selected and quantities are determined at that time. There should be a number of days. We do not need to calculate the bid total right at this time. John and I and staff will review that. And there should be 2 addenda issued, and there should be a qualification form, the A305, included with the bid documents. So are there any questions on that? Okay. Thank you.
Well, I'll go ahead and start off with the architect's estimate. And we'll just keep on from there. Right there. Okay. Okay, base bid that's being listed by the architect, the estimate is $752,400.
That doesn't have any of the other, okay,
Architects. Architect estimate. The base bid $752,400.
Okay, start with the first actual bid here from BHS Construction. Base, let's see here.
Is the bond and qualification form.
Looking for here, let's see. Yeah, there's a bid bond in there. Okay, back to where I was at. Base bid I'm showing here is 690,000. Even. Alternate 1, ballistic windows is 150,000. 150,300, excuse me. Unit price for the plaster repair is $25 a square foot. Unit price 2 for masonry repair is $85 a square foot. Unit price for sill replacement is $1,100 each. And we're covering the bids, we don't have to worry about that. And then number of proposed days for completion is 135. And there's 2 addendums on there, February 12th and February 18th.
I have a quick question. What are the ballistic windows? What's the addition on that? Aren't they, is that like something extra beyond the base bid?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Bulletproof windows down here in the offices that we
Oh,
discussed.
you mean with the bulletproof?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
There was an A305 and that bid is about the commission.
Didn't catch that.
Yeah, there's an A.
Yeah.
Okay.
First bid from BHS Construction. Here's the bid on attached. Base bid 690,000. Alternate 1, 150,300. Unit price number 1, $25 a square foot. Unit price number 2, $85 $1,100 a square foot. Unit price for three, $1,100 each. Proposed calendar days, 135. And two addendums acknowledged, and the A305 is finished.
Second one I got is from Icon Structures. Got a bid bond. Base bid showing is 684,000 even. Alternate bid, one for the ballistic windows is 155,000 even. The unit price for the plaster repair I'm showing is $265 dollars a square foot,
260.
265. Yeah,
That's way off.
I want to check on that because I'm showing masonry repair is 8,500 a square foot
Whoa,
and the sill replacement is $7,000 each.
whoa.
That might be a typo. I don't.
I think there's something wrong there.
They can confer on that one later, maybe.
Well, we can find.
Yeah.
Comparison.
Staff reviews.
Yeah.
What was the unit price to?
8,500 square foot.
And the sill replacement,
Yeah,
Sills place 70,000.
7,000 each.
70,000.
7,000.
Oh, 7,000, sorry.
Two agendas received,
What was the days?
getting there, 120. I'm not seeing one on that, or maybe it's there and I'm not.
It was across the top.
Oh, okay,
That
gotcha.
was not there.
They didn't have the last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Did you have dates on the agenda?
the 12th and the 18th as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Icon.
I thought that was. Oh, that is, okay, I'm sorry.
We did twice.
Yeah.
Base bid, 684,000. Alternate one, 155,000. Unit price number one, $265. Unit price number two, $8,500. Unit price number three, $7,000. Two addendums acknowledged. 120 days. Bid bond attached, but no 305.
And the last one I've got is from Riley Construction. Bond bid. Base bid is $697,550. Alternate one for the ballistic windows is $154,000. Unit price one for plaster repair is $45 a square foot. Unit price number two is 350. It's not square foot, it says LF. Length foot, okay. Unit price number 3, sill replacement is $300 linear foot. $222 are the days for completion. There are 2 addendums, one listed February 12th and February 18th as the others. And there is an A305.
Riley Construction. Base bid $697,550. Number 154,000. Unit price number 1, $45 per foot. Unit price number 2, $350 per linear foot. And unit price number 3, $300 per linear foot. Number of calendar days 220. Both addendums acknowledged. Bid bond. And 305 of that.
220 or 222?
220.
220.
Okay.
At 222.
To choose.
220.
I make a motion that we send these bids back to staff for further analysis and recommendation.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to send bids to staff for review and recommendations. All in favor?
Aye.
It's been pretty close.
Yeah, that's it.
Real close.
7,000.
Thinking that's a typo, but we'll see.
500, yeah.
It's time for Mr. John Job.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, commissioners. Rich,
Good morning.
as always, it's great to see you. Pass them along. I think I made too many copies. I'd be remiss if I didn't say something about my esteemed colleague, Daniel Stukas, who is new to our outfit. He's been around for what, a month now? Has been doing a tremendous job. I think one of the unique things about Daniel being in this position is this is the 3rd capacity that he and I have worked together in professionally. Many years ago, he was out at Rock Spring Ranch. That's kind of where we started. And then we worked together as 4-H agents when he was in Pottawatomie County in that agent capacity. And then now as a Riley County Extension Director. So we're happy to have him aboard. Great guy. He's doing great things. What I want to speak with you about today is something near and dear, but is probably one of the keystone programs that we do in our Riley County 4-H youth development programming. There's obviously a lot of stuff going on throughout the year, but this is, Daniel, did you write that paragraph up there? Because I don't think I did, but the one thing I want to highlight is when I say life changing. When I present this program called Citizenship Washington Focus to our teens, because it is a teen-based program, I say you will be a different person coming out of this experience than you were coming in, and I stand by that. The reason that this is timely with me standing here in front of you, and I'll kind of run through some of the things these young people are going to have an opportunity to do, is we are going to be traveling to Washington, D.C. this coming summer. This has been a year and a half of these teenagers committing to the program, meeting on a regular basis, and ultimately engaging in some citizenship and leadership initiatives and requirements that they have to fulfill to be a part of the process. And I don't know how many of you know teenagers, but committing to a year and a half program with everything else that they have going on is absolutely unbelievable. And then, you know, putting in the time and effort to fundraise. A lot of people in Riley County know about our garage sales, which has become kind of famous. twice a year, but ultimately committing to get out of their comfort zone and travel across the country in a bus and go to Washington DC, which is what you see in front of you schedule wise. So this initiative ultimately lands them in Washington DC, as mentioned, where they'll engage with the program that is formally known as Citizenship Washington Focus. They'll have the opportunity to explore DC, see historical sites, in addition to meeting representatives if available. But they will also do, there'll be some action planning initiatives while they're in Washington DC, working with state 4-H or state national 4-H staff. One of my favorite things about having done this going back to, 2016 is seeing them travel across the United States. As you'll see in the tentative agenda and schedule that's in front of you, is we're stopping along the way, and they're doing different types of excursions. There's some kind of fun poppy stuff in there. We'll go to the Arch in St. Louis and stop at the City Museum, but there's some also very real things in there. We go to Gettysburg. While in DC, we'll stop at, some of those memorials, Vietnam, Korean War Memorial. We'll do the Holocaust Museum. And then we also do the 9/11 Memorial at the Pentagon. So there's very serious and somber learning experiences built in for these young people.
Don't forget Mammoth Cave.
Okay, Mammoth Cave, yes. For those of us who don't like tight spaces, Commissioner Ford, Mammoth Cave is not
I've been to all of these.
It's not a fun
3 days.
Anyways, yes, Mammoth Cave is an awesome experience. But at the end of the day, again, it is a life-changing trip, and having done this as many times as I have, it's not only about those experiences that they will engage in when in DC around citizenship and leadership, but having a group of students come together on a journey like that. There are so many things that happen from point A to point B and then back again that, again, they just come back as different people. Number wise, I have never taken a group this big. I'm a little bit scared. We have 45 high school students that will be traveling together. 29 of those are Riley County 4-Hers. The others are either Wabaunsee or Pottawatomie County 4-Hers.
You're gonna come back with some gray hair.
I probably, if I have hair left, no, we do have some great chaperones. There will be 3 agents representing the 3 different counties, and then we do take an additional female and an additional male with us just to help keep everything where it needs to be, if you understand what I'm saying. So tremendous trip. I could not be more proud of the group of 4-Hers that have committed to this process, because again, that is in 2025, that is just not something that I see every day with that age of student. So their commitment has been tremendous. One small little caveat that I think is worth mentioning is, as I mentioned, there are requirements. They have to fulfill certain type of requirements, put in a certain amount of hours. So they're going to school board meetings, county commission meetings, city commission meetings. One of the things that they can do every year is attend what's called Citizenship in Action, which is an event that takes place in Topeka. It actually just took place this last Sunday, Monday. So I personally chaperoned the trip. We go up to Topeka and stay in what used to be called the Topeka Capitol Hotel, which has been taken over by the city and is now City Hotel. Yes.
Stormont Vale's events.
Exactly. So I took a group of 7 CWF delegates. They engage in mock legislation in both the House and Senate chambers Sunday night. So the building is completely opened up to them. No one else is in there besides the state troopers that let us in the door and these students. So there's about 400 kids from all over the state that do this. Mock legislation. It was over an educational issue. It was really neat to see kids argue pro and against. And then we do an overnight. And then the next morning we have the opportunity to go back to the Capitol building when it's full capacity, as you can imagine. And this was they were doing celebration of Black History Month the day we were in there. So there were speakers, and if you haven't seen the news, protests were going on outside. So that was kind of interesting to see. But we reach out to our local representatives, and if they're available, they can meet with us. And the only one that had a meeting drop was Senator Starnes. He had a meeting canceled that morning. So he's like, get in here, I'll give you 15 minutes of my time. So the kids were able to go in there and ask him questions about how he got into the position he's in and what type of committees he serves on. So it was a really unique experience. I think most of the kids had never been in the Capitol building before. And if you've been in there, it's a pretty amazing building. And they were able to go on, you know, a dome tour and a mural tour and historical tour. So it's just another kind of building block to then head it off to DC and gave them a taste of what I would call more localized politics and legislative process. So
Is the lady still working on the one mural there? It's from Manhattan.
I saw it.
Okay.
It looked complete to me.
She was
I
getting
went
pretty close.
I went and sought it out because I just wanted to see what
It's amazing.
it's pretty amazing.
It's amazing.
So yeah, again, proud of these kids. They put in a lot of hard work and effort, and we are on the downhill slide. We'll have one more fundraising garage sale, and that bus will pull up on this curb at about 5 o'clock in the morning on departure day and head across the country. And don't feel bad for us. This is not a school bus. This is like a luxury
Real nice.
liner. Yeah, yeah. It's like what K-State football travels in. So,
Oh, okay.
so don't feel bad for the kids. It's like they're.
I'll throw, I was on this trip.
You did it last time, yeah.
It still does smell like high school students. Nice.
It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable.
Go there, disinfect.
Take air freshener.
Well, yes. So any questions?
So every 3 years?
Every 3 years, and Commissioner, if I'm being completely honest, from a monetary standpoint, it has become it's a very expensive trip, as you can imagine. And it just takes that long to get the gears rolling
Yeah.
again. And
Well, I knew it wasn't all every year.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
And it, you know, since we've started, I think first delegation we took was maybe 18, 20 kids. And so it becomes this, my older sibling went, and so I can't wait till it's my turn to go. So it just has become this sticky moving ball where it's going to get bigger and bigger. So
Sounds really impressive.
it's a wonderful, wonderful deal.
Yeah.
I've been to
Well, you
places.
sign up.
I was gonna say, Commissioner
Most of
Boki,
it.
we probably have a couple seats left on that bus if you.
Yeah.
I'd be tempted, but you know, those first 3 days I've been to every place on there already.
And, you know, as we said, with negative however many degrees, it's 105 in
Yeah.
Washington
Yeah.
DC, and everything's concrete, you know. So.
Yeah.
If I,
Go ahead. Thanks, Walt.
Hence the smell of the bus. right?
Hence the smell of the bus, right?
thank you, John. If I could, I just realized I was sitting here, I failed to put in there that I was going to mention we are hiring for our administrative assistant for I shouldn't say replace. We can't replace Lynn Berry, but do our best. We'll start screening folks tomorrow, hopefully get someone in time that can shadow her for a month or so. And then also the state just launched our Ag and Natural Resources agent position. That'll be open for a month, and K-State coordinates the hiring process for that. And so our hope is we'll have a great new Ag and Natural Resources agent in here. I don't know, May kind of timeframe, depending on when they choose to start. So apologize, I just realized I was sitting here, I should have put that on there, but just a side caveat to John's notes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We appreciate you
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you.
How are you? By the time you walked up.
If I get a chance to ask you to meet each other offline after.
You bet. You bet.
Mr. Pete settled in, I would just share that I believe you can blame that 4-H trip, the incarnation 50 years ago, on me being your counselor. Because when my dad went on it as a teenager, he was so impressed with everything that he learned, I think that convinced him to go to law school. And then
I need to run them back down real quick.
That's right. That's right. But he talked about it throughout his life. It was life changing.
Right, right.
Yeah. Oh, no
Yeah.
doubt.
I've seen some pictures from it. They really enjoy it.
Morning, Brian.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, county commissioners.
My name is Brian Pete. I'm with the Raleigh County Police Department. It is great to be here in a nice warm room. So rather than hitting on the statistics, the monthly statistics from last year, they're relatively the same trends that we've been looking at. There are no significant deviations, but there are a few items that I want to make sure I bring up to the county to let you all know RCPD planning, especially as it comes to budgeting that's coming up. The first would be the animal control officers and the possibility of assuming that responsibility from the city. We've been doing basic due diligence on our end for the viability of whether that's something that the department can or can't do. We believe that it's a service we can provide. However, there's a significant amount of coordination and planning and communications, I think, at this next level that has to go in and discussing that with the county. So Major Asher will be reaching out to the county, to Mr. Vargo, to Mr. Parker, and then any other viable or any other applicable offices within, just to look at what that logistics would mean, what potential issues may be, and if the county has any questions, initial questions, how can we come back and bring solutions or possible solutions to those, or if there are issues that are being raised, come to the county and say, these are the potential issues, these are the pros and cons, and then go from there. But we realize this is not a decision that RCPD can make, nor is it a decision that the law board can make in a vacuum or that the city can make. So I just want to make that abundantly clear that we're going through our due diligence process as instructed by our law board, but we fully understand that this is a cooperative process. The other aspect, we did look at continuing on with the feasibility study with the department. Again, as I mentioned last year and several times before, just because we've gone into a feasibility study does not mean, or is there any expectation on our part that the county, because the county, of course, is responsible and overlooks everything that we need to do for the facility. So we're just, again, continuing on with what strategic planning would look like, whether now or whether in the future, something that the county can plan. And I know that the county is doing a good job of diligence and prioritizing its capital improvement plan already. So I just want to make sure that the county was aware of what we were doing on that end. A little bit of non-controversial news is the National Policing Institute, or NPI, had reached out to the department last week and pretty much highlighting Deputy Director Friedline and her work with the repeat offender program. So the NPI will be doing an article. They're going to put my ugly picture in it just because of who I am with the department, but a lot of the work that Deputy Director Friedline has done with the RP program, it's going to be pretty much like a model that they put out, the National Policing Institute. They do a lot of studies, researching studies as it relates to police, crime prevention, recidivism. And so she'll be featured in that article. So it's a very good thing to show, again, I think, just how good the Raleigh County Police Department is doing in terms of not just law enforcement, but working with community partnerships. That brings me to something else that Commissioner McKinley had brought up, the cost of incarceration. And what does it look like? And there are significant questions that in kind of moving back at the jail facility itself. And a lot of folks online, to include our CAP. We just had a community advisory board meeting yesterday. And there are a lot of questions that are going on about if RCPD's jail is full and the crime rates are down, how is the jail full? Well, there are many different reasons, potential reasons as to that. One can argue that we're getting the right people who are committing the right crime, we're putting them in jail. There's a transient population. There's all kinds of things. So many different factors but the bottom answer is we don't know. It's a very, very good question. And it's something that can help us in strategic planning, especially if we prioritize things like capital improvement projects. What is it that we're seeing? So we are pulling about 3 years worth of data to look at individuals who have been arrested or for a certain time period and how long they're staying there, to try to get an idea on what the local figure or what the data is telling us. So as we bring that data together, we'll be sending it out through emails to the county board, to our law board, and then we'll make a presentation on that.
And then the last thing to mention is, of course, Fake Patty's Day. So the department is starting for those who may know that we were looking at what different types of options can we have? How do we try to, I don't even want to say the word contain, but what is the level of interest from the community? I know that the Aggieville Business Association, we were trying to work with them to see if there's a possibility of, or if there was an interest on kind of consolidating activities or having things to do in the Aggieville area. I think the ABA shot that down. And then with a lot of people who are reaching out to us via emails, talking on the street, those different types of things, there's a lot of anxiety that's coming back up about Fake Patty's Day. So the department is launching an online campaign. We know that we're going to get complaints. We're going to get people who are going to attaboy it. We know there are going to be people that are going to say you should have said that, and that it's going to be an entire flow. But what comes to us is just the is the focus on safety. And is the position that at large, we're just hearing more people within the community that are dissatisfied with the behavior that's been associated with it than there are people who are saying this is a good thing for our community and things to that effect. And with the crime, the damage, the sexual assaults that we have seen as a result of this type of behavior, this is something that RCPD is looking at. We're breaking up with Fake Patty's Day. And so we don't want to come out there with menacing messages that say things like, we're going to arrest people, we're going to have zero tolerance, because that's not the truth. That's not how we operate. But what we are saying is that there are consequences to bad behavior. And we will be enforcing those consequences to that bad behavior. So as you'll see social media campaigns, you'll see a 1-minute video that's kind of themed after what Florida did when they had so many, when they had to say we're breaking up with spring break. So it's kind of on that level, but we're trying to take a lot of the emotion out of it, but keep the corniness in there, if you will. So from that, on Monday, February 24th, I'll be having 2 virtual town hall meetings. That'll be 12 noon and 6 p.m. Those town hall meetings will consist of talking about the department's crime reduction plan, as well as our strategic plan. But then we're also going to go into conversations regarding Fake Patty's Day and what the department is doing and planning for it. And then finally, to that topic, Major Hayek and Deputy Director Friedline will be presenting at the intergovernmental luncheon about what RCPD is planning as far as logistics with Fake Patty's Day and the involvement of external agencies. Other than that, I stand ready to answer any questions that the council may have of me. Okay. Well, thank you all very much.
Yeah, I think it's 10:30. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Brian. For a while there, you were showing up every other meeting.
Yeah.
You got a little bit of break.
Yeah, no, hair's growing out. I grew a beard, cut it out. I still haven't been able to do that.
This is all I got. There's nothing.
Ryan, I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah,
They must be kind of calm.
we're moving fast over there.
Good.
Oh, I'm gonna apologize ahead of time. This is gonna be a little long, but it's seemingly drawn out. I'll try to talk fast. It's simply really.
And that's pretty basic, but
Yeah,
there's a lot to it. Huh?
be a lot to it, and then which makes it look complex, but it's really not. I can appreciate that it went into revamping the PUD regulations to allow this to go the way it's going. It's a lot better than it was before.
No.
Clearer. And even this old PUD that they're amending, it's clarified. It's under a better way. So it's easier to read. Yeah. Yeah. Usually it's the other way around, we sign it and then a week later, hey, you notarize it. Tell you what, you know, it is, they use there on the chain, you know, we signed it and we didn't do it in front of them. I can't do this.
I couldn't even put my attention in the paper. Paper the doctor and you make me sign it. Like, I'm virtual. I've been to.
It's my signature. I'm handing it to you and say, hey, I just signed this.
Yeah.
And you know me for 30 years.
Yeah, I need somebody. Bring that shit up.
And so then I'll be able to take those with you.
Yeah, okay. We need to make sure the Mylars are rolled up so that the ink's on the inside and on out. So it'll get rubbed off. Okay, let's see. This is interesting. Yep.
You going?
Good.
Stay warm.
I park over here.
Yeah.
People think I live in those apartments. I live over on Stag Hill, but just the walk from over there to the office. I thought I was gonna have to duck into this building over here. I don't think seating's there.
I got out of my truck, opened up the back door to get my bag and computer and stuff. And took about 4 steps out and went to lock my truck and my key fob before we went.
Oh. That was a word.
That's, you know, it's cold.
So breaking off keys and locks and stuff. Extend your stay out into the 14 below.
Yeah. I don't know what it's warmed up to so far, but.
This is difficult for me because there's so many people involved, and they're all right here. Yeah,
Well, I've got to definitely start.
Curtis one. They're all large report. Yeah, I think that John Curtis wanted. I want all of them. That's the way to have it here. Just so you can off. There's some in the town. It's something that they want to learn to, you know, protect you, look like these are some of this sort of. It's trying to solve.
This.
Ugh.
Brian, how you doing? Have you figured out how?
Yeah, wait until Monday. Moving this up. Okay. Good morning, folks. Brian Foster has made application with Riley County Planning and Development requesting to amend the final development plan of Heritage Estates RPUD and adjust the common property line between lots 1 and 2 of that development.
The applicant is one of the 5 owners on the petition. In order to make changes to the PUD zoning district that governs the 5-lot subdivision, all property owners had to agree on the proposed changes to the development plan. And those owners are Brian Foster, Larry and Andrea Feldkamp, Robert and Christy Van Horn Trust, Michael Goodpasture, and Robert Allen and Gene Steiner. The subject site is generally located approximately 4,275 feet west of the intersection of Sethchild Road and Tuttle Creek Boulevard, just east of the county shops. In May of 2013, the subject site was platted as a 5-lot residential subdivision known as Heritage Estates RPUD, which stood for Residential Plan Unit Development, and was rezoned from agricultural district to the RPUD zoning district. As mentioned previously, the owners of all 5 lots are proposing to amend certain elements of the existing final development plan associated with the plan unit development. Changes that will apply to all 5 lots. The owners of lots 1 and 2 are also proposing to realign the common property boundary between their lots by replatting lots 1 and 2. The utility easement along said line will also be relocated with the new property line. So the current zoning of the property is PUD plan unit development, with various residential zoning to the north and east, university zoning district to the south, and agricultural zoning to the west. There are no variances, conditional uses, or special uses associated with the site. The Riley County Fire District number 1 will continue to serve the site. The nearest county fire station is the Tuttle Creek Fire Station located at 4120 Highway 13. This is the original final plat of Heritage Estates RPUD completed in 2013. This replat consists of lots 1 and 2 of that subdivision. So this red line indicates the current common boundary between the 2 lots. The 2 individual lot owners wish to adjust the common property line between the 2 lots following the topography of the south half of lot 1. There's that line currently. By replatting, both the common property line and utility easement that runs along it are essentially vacated and reestablished in this manner. The existing drainage easement, stormwater detention area would be entirely on lot 2. The amended final development plan reflects this change. No additional lots are being created by this action. The replat does not change how each lot accesses a public road, and the amended final development plan reflects the boundary line adjustment. So this is a view of the amended final development plan. Although certain amendments to the final development plan are being proposed, the property is not being rezoned, nor is there a requirement for it to be rezoned. I want to make that clear. Except for lot 1, all lots are developed with a single family dwelling and various accessory structures. Staff advised, due to replatting lots 1 and 2, the final development plan would need to be amended to at least reflect the change to the minimum lot size of each lot. However, the applicant stated that he had discussions with all the property owners of the subdivision and proposed even more changes to the overall final development plan. The Riley County Land Development Regulations require that such changes be demonstrated, which I will get to in a second. So as you know, PUDs are a tailor-made zoning district that involves its own list of permitted uses, use limitations, general notes that apply to that development. And so I need to go through these changes so that you're aware of what's being changed. So some of these are things that have already occurred and so are no longer applicable. And so you'll see that, and I'll point those out like this. So each lot can have one single family custom site-built residence. Pre-engineered metal accessory buildings. By the way, you'll see the text in italics is new text or clarifying text.
So pre-engineered metal accessory buildings and not for human habitation, used to store and protect equipment, animals, and so on. Home occupations, this was a reference to the old zoning regulations. That reference has been updated to the new land development regulations. There's a few like that. Signage shall be limited to a subdivision entrance sign. This talks about the construction of it. It's already been constructed and is there now next to Marjorie Court. One secondary dwelling residence. This is a new thing here. This is a new change. One secondary dwelling residence per lot as permitted by section 5.2, use specific standards of the Riley County Land Development Regulations with the following exceptions. A little bit of a use limitation here as the secondary dwelling shall be custom site built residence. So the secondary dwelling typically is permitted through a conditional use in any of the residential zoning districts and the agricultural zoning districts. Here in the PUD, they can establish that permission, if you will, to do so per lot up front all at one time, rather than a conditional use each time.
If you have a secondary dwelling, would that have to be? Wouldn't a person having a secondary, would they be building a new home on it? Wouldn't they want their own piece of property or own that property, or is this for like
Family members? It's like for an elderly or aging family member. Yes, it's like a mother-in-law flat kind of thing.
A she shed.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't ever in the future have another
Lot.
lot.
No. It's actually.
Never say ever.
Right. Let's back up.
One in Riley, they just split, not too long ago, the north.
So the intention.
They had that.
The intention of this is to be an accessory to your principal being your house. And there are the use specific standards in the LDR spell out certain things. It can't be over 2,000 square feet. It has to meet the sanitary code, things like that. And there's a little bit more to this in the other notes, and I'll get to as far as access, as far as driveways. So it's clear. And one of the things is the intention was never to have it separated off or divided off as a separate house. Now, again, Rich has got a point. Could that change in the future? Possibly. Yes. We've had a few of these situations where we have secondary dwellings for the purpose that was intended. And that's to take care of a family member rather than have them in a nursing home and trying to tackle those costs. And that was the flexibility that was introduced in the 2012 amendments to the zoning regs and onward to the 2022 LDR. Okay. So residential livestock as permitted in the SF1 single family residential zoning district. There's a reference there because there's not a reference for PUD in the LDR. So we had to link it up to what's permitted in the SF1 single family residential zoning district. More specifically, if you recall, the regulations were amended last year to keep horses and donkeys and things like that from occurring in the SF2 and SF3 single family residential districts. These lots are large enough to accommodate stock animals. So we're more specific in our reference to the SF1 single family residential zoning district. Even with that, the existing PUD only allowed horses, 3 maximum per lot. And that was from the original developer of the PUD. The folks that are there now would like to see that loosened up a little bit to allow 4-H cows and things like that. We're very specific as to restricting donkeys, goats, and pigs and things like that, and letting it get carried away, having a whole herd of cattle. We're talking still 3 stock animals maximum, whether that's horses and cows or just horses. Oh yeah, and for some reason, roosters shall not be permitted.
Roosters discriminate against some.
I don't understand this.
They make a lot of noise.
Yes, they do. It turns out they crow more often than at dawn.
Well, you may have to add another one here if the state has anything to do about it, raccoons.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There's a bill allowing people to have raccoons.
As pets. until they bite. I'll find out. They're not as friendly as dogs. So unless a waiver is granted by an affected neighbor for any of the following: animal pens, enclosures, and things like that, manure piles, compost are to be kept no closer than 100 feet from the property line. Currently, there is a restriction on the east property line of the entire subdivision of 50 feet, though. So they are actually increasing that to 100 feet. Animal pens or enclosures excluding pasture, manure piles are to be kept no closer than 200 feet from a residence on an adjacent property. And these are coming from the applicant. Okay, so with the general notes, I had on the existing PUD, there was a ridiculously long list of general notes, and a lot of those were, quite frankly, use limitations. And so working with the applicant, I suggested that they separate those out so we could go with the general notes, and what your use limitations have a separate list. It's easier to read. And so with this, I started with number 4 because the general notes 1 through 3 are just dealing with the property and don't really need to have those. But again, updates to the references. Make sure that the reference was correct with the Riley County Standards for Roadway Design in platted subdivisions. Again, all the lots of the subdivision already have single-family homes already developed, with the exception of Lot 1. So we kept this in there. Drainage shall be primarily directed to the ditch running along the front of the property, and also to the detention pond, detention area on Lot 2. All lot drives and parking areas shall consist of all weather surfacing, including crushed stone or gravel. Any additional driveway to a secondary dwelling unit must be in conformance with the driveway standards in the unincorporated area of Riley County. I want to make it clear here, sometimes we make the references as defined. And the problem with that, the driveway is defined as a private roadway extending from the right-of-way, road right-of-way, public right-of-way to the principal building, principal structure. This would be the secondary structure, accessory, of course, and would not, the definition would not apply. I want to make that clear. So site and all uses therein shall be in compliance with the Riley County Sanitary Code. Lots within subdivision shall be served by individual septic tanks, lateral fields, and wastewater stabilization ponds, whatever is deemed necessary. Again, the reference here is to the Riley County Environmental Health rather than County Sanitarian, which we didn't really have as a title. And shall be served by Riley County Rural Water District for potable water. Location and extents of fencing, that has not changed. All proposed lighting shall have directional control or appropriate cutoffs. Again, that has not changed. This as well has not changed. Existing areas with native tree stands as shown on the planned unit development. Planned or final development plan shall remain intact as much as possible to retain the existing beauty and character of the property. Creating space for vehicle driveways or hiking, biking trails, that's acceptable. Removal of dead or fallen trees, replacement of dead or fallen, or planting additional trees or shrubs, that kind of thing. Again, with the reference here, changes the reference to the LDR. And no common areas are proposed. And now some of these things I struck out off of this particular list was moved to the list of use limitations. So go over those when I get to that. But here's one that was just simply removed. No structures housing livestock shall be permitted within 50 feet of the east line of Lot 4. That's the one I alluded to earlier. Churches, synagogues, all that moved to use limitations. Stock animals, again, that was moved to permitted structures and uses. Equine fitting, no. Fitting, riding, or roping activities moved to use limitations. Nurseries or gardens and so on moved to use limitations. Public parks, playgrounds, all that. He had an extensive list. Owner must file an agricultural protection easement document with the final plat. That was already done in 2013. Agricultural buffer moved to limitations, use limitations. The property is governed by restrictive covenants. That's existing language and is also something that the neighbors are thinking of also amending. Property owners are not permitted to plant trees, shrubs within the 20-foot utility easement on the south border of the development that borders KSU's property. It was also moved to use limitations. The KSU beef stock or unit fence and research pasture, all that was taken out because it was, as far as trespassing, that is not in the purview of enforcement of our department. Post-development stormwater runoff rates, again, mitigated by the current detention pond on lot 2 and shall be equal or less than the pre-development runoff rates at the time of the Heritage Estates RPUD final plat. So that was more clarifying language, and the building permits that were issued for the this particular note showing that no building permits shall be issued until the detention pond and Marjorie Court have been constructed. Well, that's already been completed. Okay, so real quick, here's the use limitations. Some, again, are existing. They're not new, like this one. No manufactured home or mobile homes are permitted. Licensed or registered daycare services are not allowed. Churches, synagogues, temples, chapels are not allowed. Density setback requirements, minimum lot density and setback requirements. This is an update to the reference. Aquan fitting, riding, training lessons, demonstrations, all that not allowed. Fitting, riding, or roping activities involving cattle are not allowed. Good thing now because then they can have cattle. So nurseries or gardens intended to yield fruits, vegetables, and so on for sale are not permitted. Public parks, playgrounds, golf courses, swimming pools, etc., not allowed. Agricultural buffer as shown shall be subject to the minimum requirements of, again, this is an update to the reference, the LDR, planted trees within that 20-foot utility easement, more specifically along the south border of lots 2, 3, and 4 shall be prohibited. Every PUD has a schedule of improvements. This one was updated. The construction of detention pond completed. Construction of Marjorie Court, the cul-de-sac that serves those lots, completed. Construction of entrance drive for lot 1, completed. A connection of rural water and providing service to lot 1, which again has not yet been developed. Give it a 5-year window for development, 2030, and individual lot development is ongoing. This is one of those PDUDs that is not there's not end point necessarily. So. Let's see, yeah. The planning board recommended approval of the amendments to the PUD and approve the final development the final plat of Heritage Estates Unit 2. Staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners approve the request to amend the final development plan associated with the PUD plan unit development zoning designation of the subject property as it remains in general conformance with the preliminary development plan. That's different than substantial conformance. If it was in substantial conformance to the preliminary development plan, it would not be in front of you. It'd be handled administratively. All staff also recommends that the Board of County Commissioners acknowledge the approved final plat of Heritage Estates Unit 2, a replat of lots 1 and 2 of Heritage Estates RPUD, accepting any easements, rights of way, or licenses as shown to be dedicated on the final plat. Sorry for that long and drawn out, but that's all I have. Do you have any question? That concludes my presentation.
And I don't get a vote in this, and I'm not opposed to it, but when I build my donkey pen too close to Brian's house with my manure pile, who's gonna enforce that?
Us.
I mean, legally enforce it. Force me to get my manure pile.
That was
It's kind of interesting with our nuisance things that we have and how we have all of this and how's it really gonna.
Yeah,
Understand your neighbors now, you guys don't have to worry about it, but we're all a
That could
temporary
change,
tenant of our property right now.
Good point. So just to answer your question, planning and development. It would be a zoning violation
Yeah, I know. So you'll clutter their mailbox.
as much as possible. Be knocking on doors
Sorry,
and
it's just interesting.
We don't have he's saying we don't have the legal or statutory authority to do anything.
well, yeah, sure we do.
We do.
Yeah, injunctions and all that other stuff. Yeah. Definitely. Where did Brian go?
Would this fall under?
Well, I mean,
And
Bob, you know how many
nuisance,
nuisance
yeah.
things we've had across the county that haven't been cleaned up for decades.
I agree. Yeah. And I'm not saying that
That's
won't.
my point. You
Right.
know?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. And anytime you set a rule, you're just going to have those people who want to break it or feel that those rules don't apply to them. And then you have your enforcement, they're tasked with trying to get it straightened out. It's like anything. So
Well, yeah,
What's that?
The rules are for honest people.
Yeah, 99% of the neighbors are gonna comply,
Yeah.
but we all know, as we see every day, every week here.
but there'll be that one.
Uh-huh.
I was just being facetious.
Be not so loud one. Depends next to. That would be, but that would actually, planning.
It keeps the honest people honest.
Right.
If somebody did it
exactly.
anyway, it's
Yeah.
still the same thing.
Yeah. And that goes for anything on here that's not permitted. I mean, if we have, the power to issue building permits or something, I have review, we can always say, no, you can't do that because of this. Now, does that stop them or can they just simply go and do it on their own? That has happened. So, yeah, I agree with you. But any other questions? Just a reminder, we do have both the final development plan out here for signature and the final plat.
So we'll go ahead then and move to sign resolution 022025 approving the request to amend the final development plan associated with the PUD plan unit development zoning designation of the subject property as it remains in general conformance with the preliminary development plan.
I would second that.
And moved and seconded to sign resolution 022025, approving the request to amend the final development plan associated with PUD. Zoning the designation of the subject property as it remains in general conformance with the preliminary development plan. All in favor?
All in, please sign.
I also move to approve resolution 022025 acknowledging the final approved plat of Heritage Estates Unit 2, a replat of lots 1 and 2 of Heritage Estates, accepting any easements, right of ways, or licenses as shown to be dedicated on the final plat.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded to approve resolution 022025, acknowledging the approved final plat of Heritage Estates Unit 2, replatted lots 1 and 2 of Heritage Estates, accepting any easements, right of way, licenses shown be dedicated on the final plat. All in favor?
Aye.
You signed for initiative Shallow Hager 11.
Oh.
Come on, Shiloh.
Good morning.
Nice, warm walk over.
Hill
Hill last night?
Huh?
Did you get up your hill last night?
I did.
All right, way to go.
I gunned it.
Gunned it. Way to go.
Yes.
We're gonna call Mark 2 nights in a row, huh?
No.
I was just counting layers as you know,
Yes.
I'm trying to do 3 at all times. I still feel bad.
The other day, I told Martin, it's like, I've lost some weight, and so I was able to wear my turtleneck, my sweater, my vest, and my coat, and not be too, constricted.
That's cool. Your signature too. It's like that's one of my top 3 favorite parts of my position is getting to sign my.
Oh.
It's like, it's so cool.
Yeah.
I need that. You need this one? Yes, it's still not. County council. Right there, right? Yeah. It's all serious. Oh, my signature? Yeah, it's just. That's a screw.
That end is not like pressure.
Yeah.
Then on pressure. All you can see is. Look like you're voting. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know.
My car
Yeah, I was wondering how your trip was.
I know nothing.
Just the slightest little bit of his. Just didn't want to go.
Yeah. It's embarrassing to get stuck on nothing, no depth, I've done that before with two-wheel drives. It's like, how am I stuck here?
Here too.
Special. They told me, nowadays, they can't teach that.
That's quite a
Well,
difference.
but it was always this way. But I was, when I look back on myself, kind of gradually, and then all of a sudden, when I got older, I.
Ready for a break from this weather.
Let's see, I think.
And almost
62 Monday, they're saying.
Mike
Rich Barrio.
Pastor.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 50s and 60s all weekend. So,
Two Sunday.
looking forward to that.
Shorts to work on Monday. And an 80-degree swing. Gee, man, geez.
If you want to look back at my mothers.
How are you doing, Greg?
She's like,
Right.
but it feels like that. So all, movies are those.
Whenever there's confused, they just.
I've got so many people out and between employees and then their kids. I mean, I'm gonna knock on, I've not.
I mean, it's not bad, but just gotten over worse than we just can't get the end of it out.
Full-fledged this time, huh?
It really is holding on.
Yeah.
See, how long,
Yeah, so it was like.
trying to debate how long.
You're not gonna go get Alvin on us, are you? You're not gonna go Alvin on us, are you?
I was debating to see how full I want it to be. Although it might stay trimmed down through summer.
Alvin had to go a little long there for a while.
You Pat Collins. You see him right after he was.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
Yes.
Charge $1 a piece, how many you need? Two? Okay.
They used to owe me my signature. I think this place needed to buy stock on 3M Post-it notes and sign here.
Yeah, no doubt.
Go by, what is that?
Delivery truck.
Yeah, just a truck full of them all.
Where is this going?
Ready for show of the commissioners?
Good morning, Commissioners. Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer with the first report of 2025. So we ended the month of January with a fund balance in the general fund of 16,195,585.97. You can see here where our ARPA funds are sitting right now at 7,762,460.74. We have total assets of $81,021,137.24. Our tax holding fund is sitting at 3.2 million. That's right now, we're collecting delinquent taxes at the moment. Delinquent tax notices went out in the 1st of February, and we're in the process this Friday. Any of those taxes that haven't been paid, we'll be sending out the sheriff warrants will go out this Friday. Our investment income for the month of January, don't want you to be alarmed by the net amount to county general of $64,269.78. We actually had total interest income for the month of January of $405,220, but we did make the fourth quarter transfer that of $340,950.45. So the net of that is what is remaining in county general. So you can see here our active checking account. The interest rate does keep kind of ticking down just a little bit, but we're still getting 4.43%. We did have 2 CD bids on 2 different CDs that matured in January, both bid 4.27%, which is actually over the statutory amount that for this month that was that banks are required. So so that's good. They are still bidding. Our general fund revenue for the month of January was $15,951,228, which is about 2.8% over what was budgeted for the month. You can see here, we did our first tax distribution. Motor vehicle came in 103% of what was budgeted. Vehicle rental excise, even our ad valorem taxes came in right at what we had budgeted for that first distribution period. And you could see here through January, for the month of January, we've collected 43.89% of our total budgeted revenues. The sales tax that the county got to retain for the month of January, and this represents November sales, $206,769.34. You can see that's 12.78% over what was budgeted for the month and 12.56% higher than the January of 24. And our road and bridge sales tax was $236,121.43, 11.34% higher than January of 24 and 41.67% over what was budgeted for the month. And you could see here historically where we are sitting, general fund 11.34% higher than January of 24. And I'm happy to show the road and bridge is now apples to apples. So you can now see it won't look, completely out of whack. So it's also 11.34% higher. The next slide just shows you kind of our breakout, nothing really different as far as the breakout between the various categories for the month of January. And this shows you how those sales tax dollars The total sales tax that was brought into Riley County was $825,599.39, and how it was distributed among the cities. Any questions on any of those reports, on any of those? Okay. I thought I would just take a little bit of time to brief you on how the hearing went last week on Senate Bill 119. We had 3 conferees from the county treasurer's office, myself, the Sedgwick County treasurer, and the Saline County treasurer. Saline and Sedgwick both talked to the effects of what's happening in their offices. Saline has cut annex, they've cut staff. Sedgwick reported that their commissioners have signed a resolution saying that they will not fund the motor vehicle department with ad valorem tax dollars this next year. And I think for Sedgwick County, that is like to the tune of about $900,000. So the senators on the committee seemed very fixated on how we can, whether the department is being as efficient as possible, being as, are we doing things redundant that we shouldn't be? They focused a lot on the online property or renewal system. However, we never really got the opportunity to say, yes, you can renew online, but each one of those renewals goes to the county treasurer's office, and we are responsible for stuffing them, paying for the envelopes, paying for the postage, and paying for the staff still that takes care of those. So, our biggest hurdle, then KAC, Jay Hall from KAC, he testified more on what the customer service would look like if these funds were not allocated, and if we did have to cut staff and whatnot. So that was, I would really hoped he would have talked more on the commission's behalf as far as, not paying for unfunded mandates, but anyway, it was what it was. Our biggest hurdle, which we knew what it was going to be, because what this bill does is there's no fee increase to the customer. It just takes, for example, the $30 registration fee. Right now, the county gets 75 cents, the state gets $29.25. We were just asking to reallocate that out, and we were asking for an additional $5 of every registration, and of every title, we get $2. We were actually asking for another $1.50 of every title. Well, the problem is all that money goes to KDOT, and then KDOT reallocates it out to, and so KDOT provided neutral testimony, but basically said, don't touch our money. We're fine with it, just where is it going to come from? So I am pleased to inform you that because Monday was turnaround day, it has been moved, our bill has been moved to Ways and Means, which is an exempt committee, because that's really where it needs to be right now. Because right now, I got the impression there's not an argument that, yes, something needs to be done. It's just, where's the money going to come from? So now it's in Ways and Means, so we can see if it's going to come out of KDOR's budget. We've got some work still to do. We got some information from KDOR as to what their budget currently is and because what they're getting from KDOT. Between 2012, when movers went into place, in 2014, the motor vehicle department at the Department of Revenue, from some reports we found, have cut over 100 employees. So, but I don't know that the money has ever shifted to what, and so we're still working. I will always keep you posted and informed on where we're at in the process. So it's not dead in the water yet, but But I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have on.
I'll have some, but I've got to let it,
Yeah,
gotta
no,
let it work.
no, not at all. So yeah, it was good. It was a good conversation, but we just have more work to do. So
You were talking about Sedgwick County. What kind of, what kinds of, go through that a little bit more. What
As-
they're doing with their commissioners.
So their commission over the last 3 years has had to supplement the motor vehicle department with ad valorem tax dollars, and with the inflation salary increases over, it's just slowly creeping up. And so they're anticipating that they would need about 900,000 of ad valorem tax dollars to cover the motor vehicle department. And if the county is not going to pay that, that's, I think she told me it said it was, about 28 employees, which is almost one of their annexes as well, is what they would cut. So, we definitely, concentrated on, the customer service aspect, what it looks like, what it would look like if we weren't providing, this work. And so,
How much do we set?
if for 24, I believe I'll email that to you because I don't, it's about $250,000.
60 something. Like
Yeah.
that. I was thinking
About the numbers. I just wondered,
I think it's
what
260.
percentage is that? That's, what percentage of the total thing is we're planning?
Well,
Quite a big, I mean, I realize.
yeah, I can get you that information. Yeah. So because I have definitely ran some reports. I don't know, I just don't know what that percentage is right off the top of my head. I calculated what, estimating about all from like the motor vehicle staff that are at the counter, estimated that they do motor vehicle work about 75% of the time, 25% tax, just because there is a tax component of every registration. So I'll get you that. I'll send you my spreadsheet of what we brought in 24, and what the costs were for 24.
I just did a meeting last month, it's about something else, but they got talking about registration. Somebody they dealt with like 3 or 4 different trucking companies, and so they had stacks of registrations.
Sure.
And they were gonna be speaking something, so they went to motor vehicle, said, can we just go ahead and do it here? And they go, no.
Mm-hmm.
No, you have to go to the county. So when it comes to you, it says, yeah, we don't.
Mm-hmm.
They were, I said, yeah, and this person, I know they don't pay you guys anything for doing it.
Now we get on the commercial, we get about $7.50 of every registration. So I think I told you last year, it was about $50,000 is what the revenue portion was of commercial. But yeah, but it's still, that also comes to a cost as well.
They're just spread, the state won't do it.
Mhm. Mhm.
But if the state funds it, no, we don't do it.
Mhm.
County.
Yeah, yeah,
So people are getting,
yes.
people understand what you're doing.
Yes. I did, it was kind of funny because, we have been, it's not funny, it's actually kind of sad. We've been told over and over, we're not going to approve any fee increases, no fee increases. But during the hearing, one senator said, well, we may have to revisit that if you're talking a $16 million hit to KDOT, we may have to look at fee. And I'm okay. But anyway, I am working very hard on behalf of Riley County and of the treasurers across the state. But I will just keep you posted on how that's going. And speaking of commercial, our office is extremely busy right now with heavy trucks,
Right.
and not even commercial, just commercial, but heavy trucks and trailers. Each of those transactions just take a little longer. And I think just like everybody, my office is fighting illnesses like crazy between employees and kids. I don't believe we've had full staff in our office since before Christmas. So wish us luck. All right, anything else that you would like to see for 2025? Commissioners, I'd be happy to. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Mhm.
We can. Time for Mr. Ellerman.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Ellerman, Public Works. And I'm bringing back to you the job description rewrites and additional job description for what we're calling now the building maintenance technician. So back in, I don't know, 8-9 months ago, we lost the position in the building maintenance and have a pretty difficult time trying to fill it, either inexperience, wrong pay, background checks, whatever the reason is, we've had them all of not being able to fill the position. Back in December, I pulled the ad to kind of give it a rest and rewrite some of the job descriptions to hopefully help attract the right people and maybe have some financial incentive there to help them get them in here. And so what I have in your packet was the technician 1 position that pretty much stayed the same as it had been as a facility tech 1. And I've added a building maintenance tech 2 position, which would kind of work like our public works operators 1 and 2 and some of the other positions around the county that we'll be able to fill a 1 position based on experience, or a 2, depending on how much level of experience that person has. So that's what I bring into you today, to go back and re-advertise for a building maintenance tech 1 or a 2. I think with the current budget 24 and what I've budgeted for this position for 25, we should have plenty of room in the salaries to do a 2 position, if that's what we get.
I just wanted to take a chance to tell the commissioners that the areas that we are going to be looking forward to having problems with recruiting is going to be technical skills. And so it may not make sense to say, okay, we need a 2, but the problem we didn't have anybody who had the skills and would accept the pay of a 1 because they had great skills or had any skills. And so we had to go either with like an internship, mentorship, apprenticeship type program, which would take staff time. It might be pay off in the long run because the technical skills are just not out there. Or we had to go with trying to get a more skilled job to try to fill that for the people who are, above that tech 1. And so we really tossed around a lot of it. And we talked with Jerry, who would be the main person that would have to mentor and train this person. And he's not against the idea, but he can't do it with the workload he has right now. And truthfully, I just wanted to add the caveat because we may have to do that in the future. We may have to look at some apprenticeships because technical skills across the nation are down. More people have bachelor's degrees, less people are getting the technical degrees, and it's been hard to find. So just wanted to add that.
A lot with that, considering some other things that are occurring.
I agree. And we're going to need more and more technical people. So.
I would make a motion to approve the position descriptions and allow Public Works Department to advertise to hire for the open building maintenance tech 1 or 2 position.
Second. The move, seconded to approve the new position description, allow Public Works to advertise for opening building maintenance at 1 or 2 positions. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm just a good one.
What's that?
I'm just a good one.
I sure hope so. Sure hoping so. Thank you.
Definitely got to work.
All the wrong stuff around here might be new.
Exactly. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure we did the KBC Service Awards during as a conference.
Oh, okay.
And they're kind of at the odd years. I don't know, they're 7 years.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 8 or 16 years later. So we wanted to do that again, but we have a total.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
And I didn't know if you would want to do that in one press conference, try to split them up between different years.
Brian, you can imagine, like, sure, it's been on how much you get, look at the schedule tired and see. Till the end of the week.
Yeah.
Finish at 8:40, and
Yeah.
then we sit there 20
Yeah,
minutes.
there's nothing.
And I need a break.
Yeah, and
You
it
just have to
needs-
look at it and schedule it and something.
Okay.
When it's not as much.
Okay, we kind of back it.
And if it doesn't work, then split it up into two or something.
Okay, sounds good. And obviously you won't have to, you'll read their name and you'll say, the 8 years. But so it won't be an extensive thing, but.
Yeah.
Still, 17. Yes. All right, thank you.
Stash goes.
That.
I just about finished my Valentine candy. But I haven't looked at the cost for it. And I think we got the string.
Oh, also Greg and all the commissioners,
No,
Brittany sent over a tray of cookies because she had promised to bring cookies for the RHID session that was gonna be, going into the lunch hour, so I just brought it over for her. It's on the counter. Oh, yeah, mixed cookies, yeah.
I was just thinking, I don't have any snacks in my.
Oh, well, now there's cookies.
I don't have my, it's anything in.
Yeah, I didn't have anything home either, but I made a big pot of soup, but that would be good.
We did too, and it is really good with that cold weather.
Well, yeah, I make it really
Good.
thinking of wild rice, not a crazy thing.
Yeah.
So I'll like freeze.
Yes, so, yeah, and then you just have it.
Now it's like grabs.
So. Oh, good. You have a good joke? Well, you've heard it. Did you ever tell you his jokes? No, I don't want to tell it. He's got it. It's cute. It's right. It's his favorite superhero, just to give it a teaser. He says it's good material. He's the only the dentist's name. It's the art. Makes sense. Yeah, it took me a second. Yeah. This one this morning told me that it's not sugar, but it did.
Yeah.
He's embracing the dad jokes.
Yeah, we can get it.
Maybe he's something we're not telling. Maybe something he's not telling.
Yeah, well, you can get him to stand up and play to tell a couple of you good.
I'll work on it.
Everybody knows Joe.
Want to be on camera.
Oh, what one's up good? Oh.
My jacket shrunk in the closet.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I want to share. So yeah, that's what he's like, we're gonna wait and see.
For 20 minutes.
I think so. I mean.
Yeah.
How long?
20.
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
I don't think,
Oh,
I don't think this is something.
I was too. I think you're not the only one. Okay, I move the county commissioners, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chair O'Keefe, and Commissioner Ford with Brian Parker, County Counselor, Attorney for the Commission, and Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, recess into executive session on a performance matter of non-elected personnel, excuse me, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act for the purpose of discussing the work conduct of an employee and to protect the privacy of the employee. The open meeting will resume in the county commission chamber at 11:45 a.m. I'll get.
One goes in the-
Yeah. No.
Take order a few cookies.
Yeah.
Get through that.
I would second that.
Right, I'll have to order something, have delivered to the chamber.
It's been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session for reasons previously stated in the performance matter of non-elected personnel exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Commissioners, the meeting is live.
Go ahead then and move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second that.
We moved in second, come out of executive session, all in favor.
Also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
I'll second that.
We moved and seconded, record reflect actions to be taken consistent with Central Street in executive session. All in favor? Aye.
Sir, time for bridging a quick HID.
Thanks, guys.
Ready? Okay.
The whole rest of the world ready?
Ready or not, right? Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer, here to present RHID policy again. So based on our conversations last week, we were directed to add additional language for engagement with outside entities. And I've pasted it in here, but it's also located in section 3. And it says this preference includes communication with any public or private entity that is involved as either an applicant or local taxing entity. Such entities are encouraged to work with Riley County to ensure effective communication. A presumption of an adverse effect will occur in the event the county is only notified by the statutorily required period. So that was the only addition that we had made based on our conversations last week. We tried to, Jacob tried to keep it pretty broad, not only focusing on developers, but also the city having those conversations. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did have one question on page 6, selling. And I highlighted this and this may be necessary. Under G, the term of RHID financing.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to state in there that it's statutorily authorized for 25 years? Is that a requirement? Or can we just say our term is 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, there's not necessarily a point other than just letting the folks know that statutorily they have up to 25 years. I guess it's just a point of reference. I mean, we can remove it if you'd like. Doesn't need to be in there. It makes really no difference. But we do keep in there, I think in that specific sentence, we follow right after with the term of the RHID shall be kept to a minimum. So having that in there is, you know, potentially beneficial, just saying, hey, you know, we recognize you can do 25 years, but we want the least amount of years that is feasible.
And it does state any requested term more than 10 years shall have a presumptive adverse effect.
Mm-hmm. Right. And that was discussed, I think, in one of the earlier editions of our RHID discussions. So.
I mean, that's fine with it. I think it's kind of, if we had to put it in 25, it might be confusing.
Yeah, no, again, no, to answer that question simply, it is not required to be in there.
Well, I'm not doing that. I just.
We're going to cover the basis of what we were looking at last Thursday.
Yeah, of course, this is just a draft proposal for the commission to consider. This is our fourth time. Something that we've gone through a rendition of this draft with suggested changes from either staff or actually some in the audience that have given suggested changes and for you guys to review. And you know, it's for you guys to change if you like or accept if you like the one that's it.
I'm going to mention one thing here because I think we should hold off on passing it just momentarily because I think some things are going to change with pretty quick. In fact, I'm going to be in Washington, D.C. beginning next week into that following week. And we've on the 1st, which is a Saturday, we have meetings with members of the Housing and Urban Development to try to see what that vision is going to be. So if we pass it, we have to come back and basically adjust it and then repass it again by our own measure. I mean, it'd be better to have one clean policy and just pass it one time with the bandwidth that we have.
So are you thinking they're gonna change the numbers, requirements, because this is.
I've heard all different, I've heard all different kinds of things. I don't really know, but it'd be good to have the opportunity to ask those questions and see what that's going to be, or maybe not going to be at this point in time. And what the time frame is going to be on there. I don't actually remember. Right. Yeah.
Because. I guess.
Because this is a state program.
But we're basing our affordability on that standard. Right. So if we're going to do that, and I'm fine with that, we need to make sure that that's actually correct and up to date in real time. And I'm hearing some things that may change that.
And I will say, we used to have a link in here, and we had to remove it because the link was broken because it's no longer accessible. So we had the HUD link, and just this week we had to remove it.
On the final page, I think it kind of covers that affordability as defined by the Department of Housing.
Correct.
And county reserve right consider factors not excluded. So I think that kind of covers the changes they might make, shouldn't it?
But we're doing it at 80%. If the numbers change, it changes that. We'd have to go back through and change it, which probably means we'd have to amend it and then re-vote on it again, correct?
Like, I think it would. So from a legal perspective, right, I think that if HUD, right, see, and I'll be honest, this is the first I've heard about that. It doesn't, I don't.
Kind of digging into it myself.
Yeah,
too,
but if they change measures of affordability, the way that I understand, the way that our policy is written currently is that it would be 80% of whatever they define as affordable, right? And what will be interesting, the way that those are set up currently is they're based off of pretty objective numbers. Well, some economists could argue with it, but they're basically the numbers that are put out by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Census, right? For what is at like median income, right? So, and that's what HUD has done without trying to prognosticate about what the federal government may be considering to do, right? If I had a suspicion, right, I don't know if they're actually going to change, right, some of those definitions. They may change funding, right? Because right now those are used by HUD to determine who's eligible for Section 8 vouchers and housing choice program, right? And so they may change the Commissioner, you could be right. They may totally change the definition, right? But I don't know what they'll change it to, right? And what would happen if they did that is then we would have to review it as a county and say, okay, based off of what they've changed it to, are we still comfortable with these income guidelines? Or do we need to revise them upwards, downwards, whatever that might be?
That was my thought.
Right.
You have to come back and then revise it again and then go through the process again. So just leaving it open because we've got time. We're not in a rush here. We can come back and do that if that happens, or I'm seeing that that's what's going to happen. We can do that and then develop one clean, concise policy and then pass it at that point.
How quick are they going to act? That's my thoughts are, this is according to what they are now, and if they change, and they may change, but they could say something change, but it doesn't legally change for
that's
a calendar next year or something.
That is
we could be hung out there for a while with nothing.
That's the flip side of it, right? While I have not had occasion to dig into how HUD established their guidelines, and how often they change. I suspect they did it via regulation, right? That they passed a regulation. And if an administrative entity, right, is going to pass a regulation, that generally takes a year or more, right, to get done, because they have to go through the public comment period, right? They got to do all these hearings, and then they're going to have 4,000 pages of written testimony from God and country that's submitted to them, right? Now, there is, and I'm not trying to wax poetic on this, I'm just giving you the whole landscape, right? The other thing that could happen is there could be an executive order issued, right? That says, this is what we think things, this is how the administration is proceeding. Right? And that wouldn't change HUD's definition per se under the law necessarily. I mean, we'd have to look at that as an office to see if that would affect that, right? What's going on right now is there's this tension over, yeah, it may not be changed in the written law, but the executive has the authority to cut checks, right? So that's how some of these executive orders are being phrased. And I just don't know. I can't tell you like how that would interplay, right? And I don't know if it, but I can tell you that I don't think that HUD's definitions, I'm almost positive they're at least in federal regulation, and they may be in some of the actual, they may be in federal law, right? I just have to go reference it. I can do that. Might be able to do it quickly. But if we had other things to talk about. No.
We talked about this. Advised it what, about 4 times.
Yeah, I'd say about 4 times.
I will say this is gonna be a part of what's gonna be done here moving forward, so. We have to talk about it some more. I'm not against that.
Maybe
just to get it right.
Word to change, and like I say, could be an executive action, but if heard, it can be a executive action, and then somebody else follows court injunction to stop it.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
See anything. Anything could take any kind of time, but we had something to start with, this is our starting basis.
Yeah.
If things change, the adjustment is needed.
Right. And that's kind of why I worded it in the way I did, is that, we're going to use HUD's definition for affordability, but if you guys want to consider anything else, you guys have the ability to. That's not a problem.
I wouldn't necessarily be able to do this most of the time, but thanks to Google, it is a definition established by a code of federal regulations. And I think it's a 24 CFR part 92, section 92.2 deals with a lot of the definitions, right? So it is a CFR, and you'd have to amend the federal regulations to change that definition, right?
It would take years, probably.
It generally takes, like, theoretically, you could change a CFR in like 6 months, but it's the federal government, right? I watched them take 3 years once to change a federal regulation. Like, they just didn't do it. And so it generally takes them on average a couple of years to update their CFRs, right? They got to write them, and then they got to go talk to everybody about them. Is what it is. I hope that helps.
I think what the board realizes is that any state or federal legislation can have an impact on any policy, resolution, or ordinance that any public entity has. And we can change course. The commission has the authority to change them at that time. But what everyone needs to remember is what I think Jacob did a good job explaining last time. This is just the starting point. Even the 10 years, which says has adverse impact, if something comes in at 15 years, the board will consider it. 10 years doesn't mean the board isn't going to consider it. So these are just first brush guidelines for the board to consider, and anything that goes beyond those, even if this is adopted, can be considered by this board and approved by this board.
Sure.
I like that option that's available.
Yeah.
So, which is, make sure that was in there.
Yeah, it does provide flexibility. That is certainly true.
Now, I don't think any of the builders and developers want to wait another, 6 months to a year. to Get started or know where they're at.
And just for context, I'm not sure either of any of the commissioners are aware, but I've been given just a rough estimate of when to expect that the development plans might be completed. And, you know, of course, this is very loose, but I'm thinking somewhere around April. So once that happens, soon thereafter, you know, we'll have our 30 veto period will come up pretty quick after that, just so you're all aware.
Okay, then I would make a motion to approve the Raleigh County Reinvestment Housing Incentive District policy as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Riley County Reinvestment Housing Initiative District policy as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, we have next in the city county at 4 o'clock, and it's supposed to be by the county.
It's here, okay. So I guess I need to make a motion to adjourn after that. So
Well,
yes.
Going to the county.
I don't usually see them.
Yes.
All right.
David, can we do a quick audio check to make sure that we can hear you in the room and you can hear us?
Yes.
Dave Seitz here with KDOT. Do you have video there at all? I can switch my video on and off too, if you want to test that.
I'll ask Eric that question. I'm sorry. David said he can turn his video on at any point if he'd like him to, but.
Okay, I mean,
Up to you.
yeah, that's up to you, David. Maybe if you have a prolonged response, that'd be good.
Yeah.
I'll leave it off. But thank you for the opportunity. If it's not necessary, I won't turn it on.
Okay, sounds good.
I think we're gonna have the slide presentation take up the full screen, so you're good either way.
How many points you have?
I will, well, yes, I can make it sound.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a full room today. Okay.
That's not the issue right now. Guys, to see you here. Make it more fun. Yeah. Good, thanks. Well. Very much.
Gary, in this weather, you miss getting up early and pushing snow? I knew the answer to that.
Look at it. Let it come on down.
We'll get started in just a minute or two.
Cheers. Got some?
No, not today.
Okay.
I've been walking a lot more than last week or two.
It's cold.
It is cold.
Come on in, That's right.
So if you like your PowerPoint, I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's fine. That way David can see it as well.
After you retired, if you retire.
All right, thanks, sir. Okay, everybody, I think we're gonna go ahead and get started. If that's all right with everyone. All right, David, can you hear us and see the screen as well?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
For those in the room, this is David Seitz from KDOT on the line. I think we'll go ahead and do some introductions at the table. I'll just start. I'm Jared Tremblay with the Flint Hills NPO. Commissioner Ford, if you'd be nice. Just do
it for me.
Okay.
John Ford, Riley County Commissioner, First District. Ray McKinley, Riley County Commissioner.
Here he is, Potawatomi County.
Karen McCullough, Manhattan Mayor. Catherine Bogey, Raleigh County Commissioner.
Susan Check, Riley County.
Have you already?
Manhattan City Commission. Jamie Minton, Manhattan City Commission.
Merle Page, Potawatomi County Commissioner.
Peter Opel, Manhattan City Commission.
Terry Forrest, Potawatomi County, Commissioner District 5.
And would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Danielle Doolan. I'm city manager in Manhattan.
Hello,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. All right, well,
since we have so many new commissioners, both in Manhattan from the time when we last met back in June, as well as the new Potawatomi County Commissioners, I'm just going to have a short introduction and provide some background of how we got to where we're at now. And then from there, just a quick update of what we'd like to see. But what today is really about is it's about a conversation between all of you and how we can move forward. So some quick background. Again, we have an existing plan. The US 24 Corridor Management Plan is from 2009, 16 years ago. Considerable growth along the corridor in that time. However, numerous projects have been built from that plan, and that's important. And so in corridor funds alone, $7.5 million worth of projects, 76% of which has been state money. So those funds would not be there if this document went there. We also have a US Corridor Committee. We meet semi-annually. I'll move that out of the way. You can see various representatives from Potawatomi County, City of Manhattan, and Riley County, police, school districts, and all of that. About a year ago, we met, a little over a year ago, we met, and we decided as a group that it was worth looking into doing an update to the plan. Last June, we were here in this room for the same sort of meeting, and there was wide support from the commissioners at the time that, yeah, they supported doing an update. There's been some back and forth. We've moved forward a little bit, but today is about if we move forward and how we move forward as a region. It's a discussion for you to have to guide how we're going to move forward. So with that, can't see this either. Vivian, is there a way to move this top bar or no? Oh, I can. They will drag it.
Glad I can help you with that.
It's probably going to block something else now. But the way the MPO sees it, there are three main goals to this study. Number one is updating the existing corridor, reassessing projects and plans based on that growth that's happened. Update key projects as needed. You know, Flush Road intersection, US 24 river bridges, raising them, potentially widening them. Talking about urbanization, still seeing what that looks like. Oops. The second goal would be to potentially extend the corridor from Manhattan up to US 77, potentially even the city of Riley. Look at intersection safety all along that extension, capacity, design options, and then ITS along there as well, specifically in the Manhattan corridor, upgrades to that intelligent transportation systems with the signals, and then also the city is interested in pedestrian connections along there. And then the third goal that we talked about a year ago that still holds is looking to do a cost-benefit analysis study. Looking at it, what would a second connection between Manhattan and Blue Township look like? Looking at costs, pros and cons, and environmental. So those three goals, gosh darn it. It was blocking things. 1 second. Those three goals, we believe we can split into two projects, a corridor study project and then the cost-benefit analysis project. Just like last year, these are the segments talking about. So that corridor study, we're looking at potentially three segments. The blue line you see is the existing corridor, what the study covers, from over by the airport in Wamego over to the mall in Manhattan. That exists today. We'd like to update that. The pink line is through Tuttle Creek Boulevard through Manhattan, from the mall north to Marlatt Avenue. The city of Manhattan has interest in studying that and looking at the future. And then the green line extends from Marlatt Avenue up to 77 and potentially to Riley. That would be the area of Riley County interest there. Then that yellow arrow, the cost benefit analysis study, these things really go hand in hand, but it would be looking at what a second connection between Blue Township and Manhattan looks like. And we'll get more into that in a second. But just as a reference, this is a plate from the existing 2009 study. This is, you can see the Blue River on the right, McCall Road on the left. Every one of these projects has been implemented since this plan went in place. That signal is new at Levy Drive, the realignment with Levy Drive, the expansion and altering of McCall Road. All of that was done because of this plan. This is further east. This is Flush Road. There was the idea of an intersection here. You can see that we require quite a bit of right-of-way. 3 of those corners have now had development, the northwest and southeast especially. This is no longer viable. So the idea would be to look at what this could happen, how we can make that work now. These are the sorts of things the corridor study looks at. Now, the cost benefit analysis study. The goal here, again, is to look at options of connecting Manhattan and Blue Township. So, we would have option one, which could potentially be a road upgrade, a paving of Blue River Road, for example, and we would get a cost, whatever that might be, the impact on traffic locally and on 24, as well as hydrological impacts, all sorts of impacts. We would do the same thing for, Bridge A in this scenario, Bridge B, and so on and so forth. But what this study will allow us to do is to move the region beyond speculation, to focus on actual costs of realistic routes. So that you can read it here, so that we can have a factual conversation on the way forward. Because right now it's very speculative. Some folks want it, they want it to go here, other folks don't. The goal is to find out what we can afford at the end. So we'll have these options. Then we can start talking about, okay, what can we afford? What can we live with the trade-offs? All those sorts of things. We are not there right now. That's what we would like to see from that study. A tentative timeline for you. Here we are in February at this meeting today. If things progress, depending on how the outcome of this meeting goes, we could move forward with that cost benefit analysis this summer into the autumn. The findings of that study will directly impact the corridor study. Recommendations found in that study will have implications for the corridor study, especially going north. So this is a tentative timeline, but it is doable. Study costs, these are the same as last year. These are high-end estimates. Talking with KDOT and talking locally, we believe the best way forward is to probably have two separate studies. Like I said, the cost benefit analysis study. That would be an MPO-led project. However, it would leverage state funding at a 65-35 split. We think it would be up to $150,000. And so locally, we're looking for about up to $52,500 to get that study done. Again, that information would then go into the corridor study. That would be a KDOT-led and administered study. Again, a 65-35% split. So if it were $1 million study, up to potentially, we would need $350,000 locally. So those are the amounts we're talking about. What today is really about, like I mentioned, is who's in, how do we move forward, what can we fund? And so that's where I would like to drop it off to you so we can have this conversation. I have this nice little check mark box up here, and the goal is to talk about who supports option A, B, and C. What are we willing to fund? Because that's really where it's at, is what are we going to fund? And the same thing for the cost benefit analysis. So that's really where we're at, is who wants to put a check in this box and how do we move forward from there? Because once we move forward, once we get an answer from all of you on which parts you support, then we will go back, work with your staff, work with KDOT on an MOU and a way to move forward on these studies. But before we do that, we need to know who's in and who is out. So I think it's pretty obvious, Pottawatomie County, we just had 7 open houses for our long range plan, and the topic of conversation east of the river was the bridge. There's no doubt about it. So, and west of the river, it was not a conversation. So I leave it to you, and we just want to see where you're at. Any thoughts? Yes,
You're
sir.
saying the bridge conversation needs to be first. Because so that we could kind of have whatever that is, whatever that looks like, to drive the next corridor. So
Sure. If option, obviously Juniata Marlatte is one option. So that would feed in. But what is another option of a bridge in a different location where the river's more narrow? What would that do to traffic or to the intersection further north? That's why we need that information to feed into the other. Yes.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any thoughts?
But I can say that I think this is very important because we've already got a lot of roads out there that haven't been planned very well. We have a lot of driveways that just, come out into I-20, into 24, and that leads to accidents and those sort of issues. But I just thought, you guys replatted something up by the lake, and I mean, it's great, but I didn't know if that's another person driving out onto 24 immediately having all these driveways. So I think we need to get together and decide how we can streamline that, the
24 courts, I think, top 10.
And that's exactly what this would do. This would update that plan and allow that plan to be implemented, just like those other projects have. Another example would be Excel Road, whatever happens there, it's already in the plan to put a signal in. So then you just move forward and implement the plan. Yes.
I would just to go off what Karen said, I mean, on first look, I'd say A and B are pretty interesting to me from the study. I don't know that I feel like I'm not really digging on C or D. Just feels so costly but just even exploring that as I worry, are we spinning our wheels a bit?
And to be clear, I think, well, let's just, never mind.
No, go with it.
Nope. We'll see where you go.
I would say, I have no issues with A, B, and C. Basically they're gonna tie in together in terms of just overall traffic. I like the fact that we're extending it up through Bradley County and potentially into Riley. I think it will give us a little better idea how those traffic flows in those key areas where we start Flush Road all the way up to 77, where we seem to have lots and lots of accidents. Some of them are severe accidents, some of them are fatality type accidents. Start one by one, figuring out what the priorities are to alleviate that, for lack of a better term. Yeah.
As someone who drives C every day, and definitely, there's a lot of bad intersections all the way up there. They aren't 90-degree intersections, they're like this. You can't see them, and there's a hill right here. You have to bottom angle, it's not good. But I support the other two, A and B also, but I think the whole thing needs to go up there.
Where I've been coming on this. Going back to 2003 in the Manhattan Plan, that bridge or that alternative route has been in the discussion. And it's probably the oldest commissioner from that district, it's tenure otherwise. That has been a very necessity with a school being built out on that road and only one way in and out with Oliver Brown and 40 acres already purchased, only another 1.5 section further to the Mount Zion Road. It becomes very irresponsible not to find a second route. And I have been director in Manhattan of special ed, and I watch all those itinerant teachers trying to go from the 2 middle schools all the way down to food court on McCall Road and then back over and back into the school district. And I think probably a lot of hours of service are missed because of what we find as incidental accidents and major ones. Nobody goes on that road either way, but you gotta have an alternative route because of the floodplain. And this thing totally ignores the fact that though you go across there, that there still is a floodplain further to the east in our county. And that part, if you do not follow your long-term plan and look at what we did about trying to expand, and matter of fact, we worked on this the past months, the crossroad of Elm Slough to be clear across our county so that people could go there and never go to 22, but come into town on that side. I live north of the stadium, and every time I go to town, it would only take me 3 miles to go up and over, but instead I go clear down to the food court, couple of the game calories, head back out to the hospital where the new sections. And if you look at that whole map, there is no alternative road going across our county until you get clear out 7 miles into the distance. We need it because we planned it, but you need it because you want growth on that side and you want safety and security for your kids and your school. So D comes up as a major issue for me, and it's been in all of our studies, and it's part of the joint land use study of the military, wanting to make sure their people could get to the fort within 1 hour. And they have supported that with their study that we have, in one of those preliminaries, knowing that that was something they wanted for safety and security. So you can't just dismiss it as frivolous. It is a major thing to our county and to our people.
I don't know if you can get a definitive answer from like Clark County today. I mean, we'd have to talk amongst ourselves.
Absolutely.
Obviously, at this point in the game, all 4 would be viable areas to look at. And that's me speaking.
Yep.
That's not the 5 of us. But without sitting down and discussing it with the entire commission by ourselves.
Yep.
You know, in a work session or whatever we need to do, why we can't just say, yeah, we're gonna do A, B, and C.
Absolutely. This is not a decision-making day. This is
Thank
more
you.
of an airing of where everyone stands and what they support. And so from here, we would ask that you would formalize that within your own bodies.
So we definitely need to think about our response.
Yes.
And I will say Senator Moran has spoken on the radio in favor of that alternative route across to our side, among the politics in this area too. And that is something that's valuable, you know.
Yep. That's why I think it's valuable. I think your argument for redundancy is a very valid argument.
Yeah, will you go back to the cost on this and how it would allocate afterwards?
So these are total costs. How we get to that local, $402,500 if we do all A, B, C, and D. How we get there is going to be worked out based on who supports which portion. If only Pottawatomie County supports the cost benefit study, then potentially it would be on Pottawatomie County to pay for it. Or if someone else supports it, or if everyone supports portions A, B, and C over here in the corridor study, then that could be split evenly, or there would be discussions between your jurisdictions of how to pay for those portions. So it's not everyone's a third or I'm paying half. That's open for discussion as well. These are just the costs that we estimate right now.
And can you say how much each possibly, is there a way to itemize them on this study is this much, this and this much, and this much possibly?
I can.
That.
You could do it by mileage, but I think, quite honestly, the corridor study, I think Pottawatomie County has the least work to do in the actual corridor study because it exists today. And so it's going to be updating a few key locations. I think the city of Manhattan has interest in, Brian Johnson, correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at the Sarber Lane and how it interacts with all of that there, that's kind of messy, looking how that could go forward. And then Riley County has the most mileage, would have the most new miles. So, but there you're looking at a lot of intersections. So we could look at ways to break it up if that's of interest to the group. We could break it up by mileage. We could break it up by what we think would be new.
Study location, intersection.
Number of intersections.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
No, for sure, either, I'm just curious.
Yep. We can do that.
Look at the corridor study, I think there's, benefits, different benefit, but a benefit to each one of the three that I think it would be okay to just split that into three and. I think we've discussed that as such. This process so far.
That's where we were earlier. We were going to do both of these together. So it was going to be the cost benefit study plus the whole corridor study together, equal thirds. But in the years or 8 months since, there's been some pushback on that. I mean, to be honest, because go ahead, Karen.
Is there nothing left from we've studied this a bunch? And I would think that maybe some of the things have not changed. Like the cost of another bridge over the blue. I mean, it would have gone up, but do we have to go back and reinvent everything? I mean, can we not use some of those previous things?
We don't have a cost estimate, official adopted cost estimate for the bridge. And
I mean,
do you have?
No,
We don't have.
K-State students did it under.
Yeah, students did.
Okay. It was based on what they estimated.
And I'll be blunt, Karen, we had K-State students look at the Juniata Marlette crossing. That is not necessarily popular with all the jurisdictions here. So we want to look at other options that will have other costs to see what we can live with and afford.
It's a big contribution. And I also say that when Julie Lorenz was Secretary of Transportation, we took the proposal from a previous commission that we would be interested in trying to make a model toll bridge could be done to pay for it with the kind of equipment they use on the turnpike. And that didn't totally disappear. Now Calvin, the new Secretary of Transportation, knows that, but we haven't been back to see them just based on time. But I think there's reason to say that would be a way to go with funding it too, which doesn't put it on just the local jurisdictions.
He's gotta be responsible for that.
Whoever, however we write it up in an agreement.
Cause it'd have to be either owned by, it'd have to be owned by one of the local jurisdictions, right? And
We
maintained.
recommended at that time, yes. That would be recommended.
So that would also then mean Potawatomi County is responsible for all maintenance of that.
Well, and nothing's absolute anymore than yours is. There's nothing to our county that really gains a great deal by going out north of town and building that highway for us.
It could be the 24 highway bridge authority, like the turnpike authority.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody wants to build that bridge.
I guess having data to make this decision isn't ever a bad thing. $150,000, well, $52,000 from 3 different jurisdictions is fairly, yeah. So at least have more information to make a decision.
At least you know where we're gonna sleep.
Yeah.
I agree with Peter on that. I think it's relatively. It would be a good benefit for the cost to have some actual figures, to have some more better idea about the length of the bridge, the size of the bridge, what its dimensions would be in terms of being out of the floodplain.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand you're not going to do a complete design of the bridge for this.
Sure.
Certainly you need to do some schematics in order to get a cost estimate.
That's the hope.
Go ahead.
Have any idea, if there is a secondary crossing, how much traffic would come off of 24 to go to that?
That is absolutely going to be part of that study as well. We will model that. If we put it here, how many get pulled off of 24? How many use it? How many get pulled off of 24? If we put it here, so on and so forth. That'll be part of that. That would be part of this matrix. That's the traffic one. So that's one of the things we look at. If you put it further north and it costs half as much money, but it only attracts half as many people, is that worth it to us? These are the questions.
Depends on how far you're looking down the road. In my opinion. I respect what you were saying, but I'm a realist and I'm not gonna pay a toll to go off road. I'm just being honest with you. Most people won't, in my opinion.
We're Kansas, not New Jersey.
I'm just.
Sorry about that.
A lot of people that come to the elevator and cattle sale and big trucks really don't want to go down that.
I'm just saying, I don't know if that's in my personal opinion, a realistic way to pay for the project. That's just my personal opinion. But I'm not opposed to a second crossing. I'm just not sold on Marlette at this point. I think there's other possibilities, I think, that need to be discussed in my opinion. And use some of the existing roadway. And I guess to me, if you're really talking about extending up 77, I think the further north you can go on that crossing, the more viable it becomes. If you're really talking about 77, all the way to Riley. That's my opinion. To me, we're talking connectivity. Marlette, what do you gain in 2 miles, where the other one you might be gaining 5 or 6 miles separation, and just to me provides a lot more opportunity and diversity for that traffic flow. That's my opinion.
Well, the other thing to take into consideration there too is traffic density with traffic flow. I mean, we're talking about trying to move traffic density out of one school and one school area, but realistically, you're gonna take that and dump it into 2 and right in front of one major middle school there. And what are you really, I mean, what are you really doing to solve an overall problem there?
Yeah, well, what we're talking about is solving an immediate problem. We're talking about what are we going to do long term.
Yes.
If we're really talking about growth in that area and up 77 and further north into Manhattan, I think that needs to be part of the conversation because really this is, to me, this is what we're trying to tackle here is what is going to be 15, 20, 30 years down the road? And what is that traffic flow going to be? To me, I don't want to focus on the immediate need, and I'm saying it's not important. But I'm also saying that I think we need to look at long-term and what is the most viable options to serve both counties and development within both and the proper locations, that's just right.
I mean, I was gonna piggyback on that. I just was gonna ask you to clarify how those studies work with the projected growth 24. I mean, I feel like there's a lot going on in there, and how do those studies capture that?
So we have a travel demand model that we've just finished that looks out to 2050. If we go forward with the cost benefit analysis study, we would look at whatever options we agree on to look at that wide range and run that model. So that would be looking at 25 years. And so we would be able to see what it does to 24, how many people would use that bridge. So that would become one of those metrics. Yeah. I also think it's important to be honest as well, is this is not going to be a state highway. It's more than likely not going to be a 4-lane road. It quite honestly probably will not be a truck route. Just
Do we have any idea of the volume of commuting that's done over the dam? When I live on Green Valley Road, you know, if I wasn't in a rush to get into town, I would come up the Village Road and come over the dam.
We have,
you know, it's kind of peaceful.
we have ADT counts on there, and there's, I want to say, under 6,000 vehicles a day. There's a lot of capacity on that road. I can't remember, but it's not a lot. It's available on KDOT's website. Highway 13 has a lot, does not have much traffic.
Are you gonna make these slides available to each entity?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, good.
And the cost benefit thing, I think, if you're just gonna study one, the Junia and Marlatt, then it's not worth it. But if you're looking at, like, say, existing roadways, we talked, I mean, you and I talked about that there's existing roadways and different options, you know, we're gonna look at several options, then it does make sense to look at. And I don't have any great ideas of what is better, but, you know.
Yes, I agree that we will look at least 4 or 5 options. We would like to do that. So it sounds to me like there is some Riley County, from at least 2 of you are open to the idea maybe of that cost benefit analysis study if we're looking at multiple options, potentially. Okay. And City of Manhattan folks, you mentioned it wasn't a ton of money, but it allows you to have some data. So you're open to supporting that study as well?
Yeah, I think if everyone's willing to go on a split, that makes it a little bit easier. I think we would have to have talks on random where this can come from.
Yeah.
Where is it coming from? That will make some decisions.
Well, if we're splitting it, it's low enough. I don't think we would even need to vote on it.
It would be within my authority, but we still need to find out where the money comes
Where the
from.
money, I'm like, development, not so I yeah, right.
Yeah.
Definitely a conversation.
Yeah.
So I think we're interested,
We can just take that a jump.
well, I mean, just for all of them,
Yeah.
134 roughly as a split.
We need it.
For all of them, for the corridor and the cost benefit.
That's
What?
the corridor study.
Yeah.
The $125,000.
Yeah.
More difficult.
So my answer to Jared was like, I was interested in studying all.
A through D.
Yeah.
Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll work with staff here and we'll come up with a matrix of the amount of miles, the amount of intersections, if everybody decides to not go in at an equal third. But I feel like we have direction to move forward here. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, that makes more sense just to do it by equal thirds. And not go through all that and use all the bandwidth of staff.
That's what we would ideally do if
All getting some kind of benefit, it may not be equal, but we're all getting the same
Right.
benefit.
That's wonderful.
So just, put the two numbers together and then divide it by 3 and boom.
Perfect.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Okay.
I would hope that in our discussion of transportation, we also talk about some of the things that we're looking at, housing and what the city of Manhattan, we've got some island annexation out there and what the future of that is, because this group needs to be in on those discussions too.
And so, just so you know, Commissioner, we, with that long range plan, we're Connect 2050, we have worked with your staff. We have the East Manhattan Gateway Plan, we have Plan Potawatomi 2040. All of that future projection has gone into the travel demand model.
But I think that would be representative
Okay.
to this group too, because maybe we're all hearing, different parts of it and we need to chat about it.
And I think this is probably the right venue or right meeting to do that a couple of times throughout this year as we work through the process.
Okay.
Chair, I have a question. Does this, or is it possible this study could look into expansion of public transportation along the corridor as well?
So right now, ATA is undergoing a transit study, looking at no, I'm going to say no on that. They're doing a study that really comes down to funding, and I think there may be a plan coming out of, if we had funding, this is what we do out of that transportation plan. So it may be being done already, just not through this.
Is there, I mean, is there some type of cost benefit of like, yeah, we could spend all this money on a second crossing, or we could put that money into public transportation and perhaps see the same kind of, or at least some relief from traffic?
Our model does not, we do not have a multimodal model. There are very few places in the country that do, and they are very large, dense transit, New York, large cities, where it was recommended we not do that for our model. The cost didn't come out to do it.
What about Monterey?
Yes.
Jared, you mentioned Manhattan's East Manhattan Gateway study, and you also mentioned Potawatomi counties. Is it 2040, 2050? 2040 vision. Is there a vision for Riley County for Marlatt to 77 along there? Any plans?
We're working on a comprehensive plan up here.
We're working on a comprehensive
plan right now. We just met again last week or the week before for the first time.
We had
So
that.
Stan Cook's working on that as well. Who's doing
What
these
was that, John? A couple of years ago, that safety.
Safety plan.
Yeah, that was in July. It pointed out some things along that corridor as well.
They're not necessarily 24.
Well, I'm talking 77.
Yeah, it didn't touch on the highways, it touched on the highways.
The Seth Child Corridor Plan did touch a little bit into Riley County. That's where the roundabouts are coming from. So from here, we'll provide this information. And is this something that we can set up for all of your bodies to discuss internally and just formalize that? And we'll be in contact and we'll work with KDOT. David, do you have any input, anything you'd like to add?
I don't really have anything additional to add. I will say that we have set aside $1 million of state aid for these series of projects. Nothing's authorized at this point, but everything looks good on our side. So it sounds like it's a really promising future for us on this study.
Is this state money or is it passed through federal funds?
This is all state funds for our program.
Thank you.
Sites. SEITZ.
Jared?
Yes.
I have just a technical question.
Yes.
Right. You mentioned about the future, like the bridge study potentially being for, not even a truck route. The only reason I bring it up is there was a bill in the legislature this year relaxing, and I don't know, I tried to look on the committee website to see where it's gone, and maybe Mr. Seitz is aware of it as well, but there was a bill relaxing weight restrictions on for ag haulers. which would be triggered by this, then it specifically deals with weights. And so I just thought I would bring that up as a technical point, that maybe that's something that needs to be
in the design, yeah, and the
Yeah.
estimates, yeah, thank you. All I had. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks. Thanks, David.
Thank you, everyone.
That if they're done.
We're done. Great. Listen to your interview today.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you. I was a little nervous at first, I was